Relations services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. If you're a board member, please be sure to unmute your microphone when speaking for the broadcast and recording. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. At this time, I'll call the Urban Renewal Authority meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas.
Present.
Commissioner Madera.
Present.
Commissioner Davis.
Present.
Commissioner Noble. Commissioner Hurst.
Present.
Commissioner Grimes.
Present.
Commissioner Ford.
Present.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum. As a reminder for the commissioners, please unmute your microphones for the broadcast and recording. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we also counting the commissioners that are in the Zoom meeting?
Yes, Chair, apologies. Commissioner Boucher. Commissioner Fairfield. Commissioner Lewis.
Present.
Commissioner Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you now have a quorum. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Commissioner Hurst.
So moved.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Hurst.
Yes, Commissioner Tedesco informed me that there is a county town hall meeting tonight, and he will not be able to attend tonight.
All right, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next up, we have the minutes. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes of January 3rd, 2022 and January 24th, 2022. Vice Chair.
Second the motion. Or first, so moved, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Madera.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of January 3rd, 2022 and January 24th, 2022. Is there any discussion? Vice Chair? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to our presentation, which is the Derby Entryway Sign Project. We'll invite Jenna Lowry, Management Analyst, to make the presentation.
Thank you, sir, and CCRA board members. Our first topic tonight is an update regarding the ongoing Derby Entryway sign project. To help frame the conversation, we will first recap the Derby wayfinding signage plan, then talk specifically about the entryway sign project. Finally, staff will request the board's feedback on the project plan and funding options. When looking at the entire Derby area, the current visitor experience is largely isolated and disconnected between the various area destinations. The existing branding, signage, and wayfinding project represents a unique opportunity to create a level of connection and storytelling throughout the entire Derby area. In 2018, the city approved a plan to upgrade both street lighting and signage elements in the Derby downtown district. The focus of tonight's presentation is the signage element of that plan. Based on 2018 costs, staff budgeted $50,000 for the project to be specifically used on an entryway sign for the Derby neighborhood. Through a series of community workshops and meetings with both the Derby Review Board and City Council, a location and design for an entryway sign were established. The sign will be located at the northeast intersection of East 72nd and Highway 2, which is the old Derby tire site. In 2021, the design vision that was put together by the Derby Review Board was provided in a request for bid package that was sent out to the community. In that RFP, staff also requested that bidders consider utilizing solar power for the entryway sign. 3 bids were submitted and reviewed by both the Derby Review Board and the CCRA Board. Ultimately, the CCRA selected the highest bidder, and that project was anticipated to cost approximately $104,000. This is the original sign that was brought before the board. And this is the updated design that the fabricator prepared based on the board's design direction. At the March 2021 meeting, the board requested that staff work with Excel to determine if a nearby solar garden could be utilized to power the sign. The board also directed that if Excel cannot provide solar power, then staff should install a small solar array on site. Later in 2021, it was ultimately determined that Excel could not assist with the solar aspect of the project. As such, staff is working with the fabricator to design the on-site solar array. In addition, the sign will be installed with a redundancy power option in case of solar failure. Additional work done in 2021 included preparing a sign protection treatment plan to mitigate possible graffiti damage, preparing a smart landscaping plan utilizing xeriscape, preparing the actual installation plan, and conducting numerous site visits. Based on the most recent project estimates, the various components of the Entryway sign project will be priced as follows. The sign itself with the on-site solar array will be about $145,000. Landscape and irrigation plans will cost up to $46,000. And project contingency is budgeted to be $19,000. So that brings the project estimate to $210,000. But that does exclude the cost for potential utility relocation and fees not originally covered in the fabricator's estimate, such as inspection fees. So the next steps for the project are to determine the utility plan, including potential relocation needs, finalize the power plan, finalize that landscaping plan, pay the fabricator their deposit to begin their sign work, and do the existing utility relocation work if needed. And staff is working to determine if that relocation is necessary, or if we can simply install the sign on a slightly different location, but still on that same parcel. Lastly, the sign will take approximately 3 months for the fabricator to produce and then install. So a 2022 installation is certainly our goal, and we do not anticipate it to be delayed further than that. So with all of that in mind, I would like to review the various funding options with the board. So again, the original project budget was $50,000. The 2021 CCRA board approved the use of Derby Catalyst funds, and there's approximately $80,000 available in that account. Those funding buckets leave an estimated funding gap of $80,000, and there are 3 different options to cover that gap. Option 1 is to leverage the city's capital improvement project program fund balance. That account has about $525,000 available. Option 2 is to leverage Derby TIF funds, and that account has approximately $1.3 million available. Finally, option 3 would be to leverage a combination of both CIPP and Derby funds. The 2 questions for the board tonight are, does the board want to proceed with the project plan as presented? And which funding option does the board want to utilize? So thank you very much for your time. That concludes the presentation portion of our discussion, but I will leave this slide up so everyone can see the options.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that information. Anybody on council wish to start with an opinion on whether or not we should proceed with this plan? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation, Ms. Laurie. Just curious, so do we know if there are any other projected Derby projects that will be deducted from that 1.3 million that's available in option 2?
Certainly a good question. I think the most costly project to be aware of is undergrounding the existing overhead utilities, which will be a necessary project in order to install the new lighting that we need. Staff will come back before you to talk about that undergrounding, but right now that'll be in the ballpark of $200,000. So certainly not close to the cap that we have, but there are some smaller projects planned. Yes.
So, and that would be included then in the 1.3 million?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Just my opinion, I feel option 2 is best because it's a Derby project and the money should come out of the TIF funds. I feel for the Derby project. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other opinions to be shared? Board Member Grimes?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jenna, for the update. The new rendering is much more what I had in mind, and I really appreciate the updates there to reflect our requests. I'm in favor of option 3. I agree that the Derby funds should be used, but also, I mean, this is a project for the betterment of the whole city, and so I'd like to see us use both funding mechanisms and also obviously move it forward.
Board Member Douglas?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I am new to council or to the CCURA, and I would like to know, where is this to be located?
Sure. So essentially it's going to be on the corner of Highway 2 and 72nd, which is a diagonal intersection along the railroad tracks. If you can envision where the original Derby Tire Shop was located, now that vacant triangle parcel in front of the gas station. So that's where this sign will go as an entryway to that whole downtown district.
Thank you. How far back will it be from the intersection? Because that is a heavily traveled
It is, and that's
road.
certainly something that's being considered with the installation plan. So right now we're working on having adequate setback from both the road and of course the sidewalk that's there, which is why we may have to relocate some existing utilities to allow for a proper setback. But safety is certainly being considered. Our public works team is actually the department who's in charge of overseeing that installation plan. So rest assured, traffic safety is a paramount concern for them.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we had one individual wanted to use option 2, another individual wanted to use option 3. And other people to provide an opinion? Commissioner Madera?
So can you remind me again what the Derby TIF, what the Derby TIF funds are used for?
Sure. So that would, the tax increment financing allocation simply has to be used on projects within the Derby area, since it's, you can think of it like the Mile High Greyhound Park. Any TIF generated for that project just has to be used specifically for projects within that area. So there are multiple different, possibilities right now. This one, as well as the potential undergrounding, to my knowledge, are the biggest TIF applicable projects that we have coming down the pipeline.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, Chair. So in part, let me kind of separate. There's 2 funding sources that are currently leveraged within the Derby area. We have the Derby Catalyst Program, which we've utilized on a much more frequent basis in support of private redevelopment, revitalization, and/or improvements. What we're talking here is the actual remaining balance on an annual basis that's collected from TIF, because what happens is when the TIF comes in on the annual basis, we apportion $83,000 into the Derby Catalyst Fund as required, and then we have what is our tax increment finance revenue remaining balance, which is at $1.3 million, which then can be applied to activities and undertakings that range from utilities to public improvements to the remediation of blight through redevelopment of various tenancy or other property owner needs for development. So we would be leveraging the latter, not the Derby Catalyst funds, for this effort.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't part of the catalyst funds that were being drawn down for this?
Well, and I apologize to interrupt, but in 2021, when we came before you with the different bidders, there was already a funding gap, right? Because we initially allocated 50,000, and in 2021, the board said, let's proceed and use the catalyst funds. So tonight we were thinking, it was going to be a combination of the original project budget of 50,000, the 80,000 in catalyst funds, and then to cover the remaining 80,000 gap. That's what these three options are. However, we haven't paid for anything yet, so we could certainly not dip into the catalyst fund, only utilize the CIPP or Derby TIF if the board would like to do so.
Mr. Chair, it's going to be far simpler if we just take it all from one source. We have the 1.3 million. I would recommend just taking it from that point, that account alone, rather than trying to mix and match. We have adequate money to cover it.
And option 2? Commissioner Grimes?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that clarification, Jenna and Jason, on the catalyst funds. I apologize. That's what I had in my head when I made my comment, not the TIF fund. And so I'm perfectly comfortable with your recommendation, Roger.
Any other comments or questions? You good, staff?
Yes, sir, we're set.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll move on to resolutions. We have Resolution URA 2022-03, adopting a supplemental budget reappropriation. Does anybody on the board have questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-03. Commissioner Madera?
Move to pass resolution URA 2022-03.
Commissioner Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-03. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Note that Peter Boucher has joined us.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher has joined us. All right, seeing no request for discussion, we have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution URA 2022-03. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you to our URA commissioners for joining us remotely and for being part of this meeting. We will now adjourn from the URA meeting and call the regular city council meeting to order. The Zoom webinar will be the same for both meetings. This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091*.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Mr. Gibson, the city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I'll call the meeting to order and ask city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair, or Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Davis,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Present.
Councilmember Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thanks, sir. We are all present, so we'll move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. Would like to invite those present and remote to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All public comment will occur during citizen communication, except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policy, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated time in the agenda for citizen communication is 6:40 PM. The time is now 6:21 PM. Looking for a motion and a second to allow citizen communication to be conducted at this time. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow citizen communication to begin at this time. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like clarity regarding tonight's situation. We hadn't voted on stopping the action that we had done previously, and I don't know how we're notifying the public. Is this space going to be open to the public? What are we going to do for other meetings, such as the Planning Commission meeting on Thursday night, zoning adjustment tomorrow night? Are these meetings going to be open to the public, or are they going to be hybrid where the citizens get the opportunity to speak via Zoom?
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. First and foremost, like to be able to tackle the conversation as it relates to the Planning Commission. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Noble. I will say that, yes, given that it is an in-person meeting, that meeting will be open to the public to be able to attend in person as it relates to speak on the matters before them on Thursday night. We will make sure to work with our community relations team and with community development to get that message out to our residents as it relates to being able to participate, as far as being able to go forward with a hybrid solution pertaining to participation through Zoom. I will say that will be an ongoing review of how we can continue to provide that access. It is my understanding at this point in time that given that the meeting has been noticed for public in-person participation, that a Zoom hybrid solution has not been offered. Does not mean that one could not, but that may require different noticing, which would then complicate, obviously, the items that are going to be heard on Thursday. But I will allow for the city attorney to speak on that matter in and around if that change was to be made. If the city attorney will speak to the adopted resolution that we have to allow for hybrid meetings for city council, I'll turn it over to him as we speak.
With regard to noticing for the Thursday meeting, the city could, staff could update that notice to incorporate Zoom, as long as that's done within 24 hours in advance of the meeting. That's all that's required that's all the time that's required under the open meetings law. With regard to these meetings being hybrid, that's obviously what we're doing right now. I'm a little confused as to what the deputy city manager wanted me to address with regards to this meeting. If we wanted to allow public in person as well as on Zoom, was that the inquiry?
I can clarify. Tonight's meeting was noticed as a hybrid meeting, so city council in person, public via Zoom.
And the Urban Renewal Authority meeting was noticed as in-person only. And I looked at both iLegislate and online on Legistar.
I'm not familiar with how the Urban Renewal Authority meeting
So
was.
I understand that it's a little confusing as we get back into the swing of things, but I just want there to be clarity so that our residents know what's happening going forward, because we weren't noticed that this would be on the dais either.
Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. All very good points, ma'am, and I will be able to share with you at least for this Thursday. And like I said, we'll look at it going forward for Planning Commission that community development is working on a hybrid solution, and we'll take the steps to be able to provide that out to the community in addition to being in person, and we'll get a communication out through our various digital and social media platforms to accomplish spreading the word.
Okay, so, but that won't be in time for tomorrow night's meeting, but it will be for the Thursday night meeting.
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So it is possible to have hybrid then for Thursday night, because I think it's a very important meeting to have that available to the public as hybrid.
In my conversation with the community development director, yes, he believes that is possible, and they're working towards that as the solution.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow citizen communication to occur at this time. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Per council, the city council is not able to hear comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may become before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you're currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. Thank you. Tonight we have 5 speakers. The first is Matthew Rea.
Matthew, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
We can, yes, Matthew.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, hi. My name's Matt. My address is 10094 Zeno Street, which is in Commerce City, of course. I'll try and keep this quick. I emailed a handful of you regarding a housing matter, unlawful housing matter that I believe is to be of significant concern. I'll try not to repeat myself too much if you received the correspondence I sent, but it's essentially involving unlawful housing next door to me. This is kind of a unique situation. It is not to be confused with an Airbnb, VRBO. It is essentially a hostel. And I call it a hostel because it is shared group dormitory style housing with a capacity of 12 people, or potentially even more, but a minimum of 12 people in your standard residential neighborhood. This is a brand new neighborhood. This is a brand new home. It's the Oakwood community, just south of 104th and Tower. And I'm basically, I wanted to bring this to the attention of City Council because I believe it's concerning for a number of matters. I think there's kind of 3 main bullet points. One, it's obviously a hassle, and I don't believe any of you would probably want this next door to you. It's concerning, people coming and going 24 hours a day, and it's just nonstop activity, and it's people who do not live in this state. It's basically, it's a hotel / hostel, whatever you want to call it. The second one, I suppose, is kind of from a socioeconomic standpoint. Housing like this is booming, and it's preventing your average person from being able to buy a home because they're being bought up by people with a lot of money and larger umbrella businesses to just rake in money from the housing market that's clearly exploding this area. And I suppose the third and it's definitely a significant bullet point is it's just wasted tax money. This is money that has nothing to do with Commerce City. I'm sure that these people might be frequenting Sonic or Del Taco, but it's contributing nothing to this community. I see my time running out, so I will try and summarize that I hope I provided enough information. I'm available for comments via the methods described, and I just wanted to bring this to the attention of City Council because I see it becoming a larger issue. I can look right outside my window and see the airport and the new development east of Tower, and that's going to be hundreds and hundreds of new homes that are even more accessible to the airport and the type of personnel that would want to stay in these types of lodgings. I think that's pretty much it. I will conclude my time here. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you for coming to speak to us tonight. I did receive your email, and I see that staff has already reached back out to council with some thoughts on this. And just want to comment that I do think that we need to look into this. Certainly don't want to create a situation where we're telling people how they can and can't use their homes. However, I think there should be some terms related to, primary owners having to actually live there, or at least limit the number of people who can reside within the same residence. 12 at a minimum seems like an awful lot to me. So interested to see what we can do to kind of help this situation.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, Matt, thank you so much for coming forward tonight. Just wanted to echo what Councilwoman Grimes has said, and I really appreciate you coming forward and signing up to speak tonight. So thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening, sir, and I'm sure that somebody will be reaching back out to you shortly. Next up is David Bondarchuk.
David, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. I am here this evening to discuss City Ordinance 2318. My name is David Bondarchuk, and I reside at 15392 East 117th Avenue in Commerce City. This ordinance was passed during the pandemic by the previous board before the election, and it was meant to tackle some of the issues with parking on city streets and clear up some congestions that, basically made neighborhoods and streets look like junkyards. However, this ordinance is not targeting the problem, in my opinion, that it was set out to originally tackle. It is unfairly targeting small businesses. I have a food truck, and last year I was cited with parking my food truck in front of my house when my water pump went out and I was waiting for a plumber to come fix it. I have a kitchen that I work out of, but I'm not able to have maintenance done at the facility of which I rent. So this local ordinance is really a problem. And I pay my taxes, I pay my insurance, I pay registration for my vehicles and my food trailer. All are in working order, and I don't understand why, if I'm having something done on it and it has to be parked in front of my house for a short period of time, why I am being unfairly targeted. The city municipal judge is against this ordinance. He even told me during my court case, it's available for public record. I can get you a transcript and email it over if you don't want to do the research yourself from last year. The city municipal judge also has no room for discretion due to the way this ordinance was written. I believe that the ordinance was written to help some of the problems that are presented when people come to the city council and they complain about this or that. However, the way this is being enforced, or the way this is written, is truly targeting business owners. And it needs to stay on the books, but it needs to be written as so to allow the municipal judge discretion in cases, and also allow business owners or people 48 hours to correct the problem before a citation is issued, unless it's something habitual. This has been a real problem. And again, my name is David Bondarchuk, and this is hurting small businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bondarchuk. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you, David, for coming forward tonight. I was not on council when this ordinance was approved, but I feel that it's something that we could probably revisit. I know there are a lot of people who have no choice but to park their business vehicles near their homes. So I would definitely like to revisit this, and I thank you for coming forward this evening.
Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bonderchuk, for coming to speak with us this evening. I would actually love it if you would send me the transcripts of your court date. I recently was looking for them, actually, to review just this, and was unable to find them. So if you have them, please send them. And I agree. I think this is a really challenging issue to tackle because it's so multi-layered, and we are attempting in good faith to correct some things, and maybe there's a possibility that we can revisit and look at how to make this work better. We knew when we took this on it was going to be challenging, and so, you know, give us some grace and work with us while we figure out how to administer it better.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you again for your time this evening. Next is Hillary Leitch.
Hillary, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Thank you. My name is Hillary Leach. I reside at 9566 Quintero Street, and I'm a resident of the Buffalo Highlands neighborhood. So I just wanted to join the meeting today to ask for an update on the park issue. And I'm well aware that things take time and nothing happens overnight, but I do want to make sure that it doesn't lose momentum. So I'm asking, has there been any traction? Is there any updates with the grants that have been shared? Is there any information about the park that you all can share? And additionally, I would like to thank council members Noble and Douglas for taking this issue seriously, and for Jim Tobert for meeting us in our neighborhood last week, and any others that have spent time on the issue. I know it's a touchy subject, but it's very important for us living in this neighborhood. So I was hoping you all could give me an update.
Anybody have any questions for the speaker at this time? Seeing none, we thank you again for your time this evening, and if possible, somebody will be reaching out to you with an update. Next up is Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Have a few things here on the agenda, but I know it's a citizens communication right now. My concern tonight is looking on the agenda and I see Oakwood Consolidated Development Agreement, and you know, I thought that the agreement got put out to pasture, and by its sunsetting, and it's the Commerce City's fiduciary responsibility to make sure the citizens are not harmed by reintroducing this agreement, because this has no benefit to the city for revenue. Actually, it has concessions in it that will make it, going forward, another 10 years of revenue sharing. That was not revenue sharing. The city did not receive anything from this deal as far as coming back to them. It actually was a give to the developer, an overreach. So please consider what's at stake here. And for the new members who just got on, who were newly elected, just because your donations were given to you by developers, some who want this agreement to go forward, doesn't mean that you have to agree with that. You were voted in by the citizens, not the developers. And I believe developers, especially Oakwood, has established themselves and has a very strong foundation and no longer need incentives to move ahead. And they should be treated just like any other developer coming into the city and wanting to do business. Do it right. Do it for the future. And do it for Commerce City. Otherwise, for those who do not agree, this will be not only a scar to the city, but also a scar to your term in office. And, you know, just getting out of the gate here, and it should not be like that at all. Please focus on what's in front of you. Get the city's responsibilities in governing in order, because we have you have drainage fees coming up, you have road impact fees coming up, and those are way behind. And developers need to pay their way, because that's what was promised to the city of Commerce City, that they would pay their way. This is not paying their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, thank you for speaking tonight, Steve, or coming to speak for public comment. I do have a question
Sure.
about the direction that you see us going, because obviously you have experience. There's a significant portion of projects that are still out there ready to be delivered that the city is on the hook for. Maybe 50% is on the developer, say one side of the street. But as we have seen time and time again, if we don't develop it all at once, the cost of the project skyrockets as the years go, and we don't end up completing the other side of the street per se, if we don't already have funds covered. It is my understanding that the development agreement and the tax increment finance sharing pays for only the city's portion of those projects. And so how are we to dedicate funding for those projects to not hold up our portion of the deal in development? Where's that funding going to come from outside of an agreement like this?
Well, thank you for asking that question. And this was proposed to the cities back in the late 90s when Shea Home wanted to develop in the Northern Range. And they said to the city, we can develop by using metro districts, and the city won't be held at all financially. And if the projects don't go forward, it won't be a scar in the city. Well, this consolidated agreement has, I'd say, agreements for the developer that puts the upper hand on them financially, with the city giving back, which they shouldn't, that 33.1%, that's just a small smidgen for them. But it's a great deal of money to the city going forward every year. And so when it comes to drainage fees and road impact fees, we have been charging a very low amount, 208%, as you know. And this prior to the holidays, it was shown in a study session to the council of where the city sits, and it's not in the black. And so by saying that, the fees are going to have to be adjusted going forward. And now that the consolidated agreement is done, now the city can say, hey, developers, we're gonna take a pause here, because in that development agreement it says that nowhere and no how, no shape can the city pause any development with this agreement. That meant if the city needed to get their finances in order as far as their fees in order going forward, they would not have the opportunity, because it would impede on the progress of that developer starting and finishing their project. So by this development not end in that situation, that gives the city time to breathe, understand, because as we just saw in Marshall, those fires, because, you know, the fire department said, hey, these homes are built so close together. We're having the same thing be repeated here. So we need to make sure that development is done right, and that, because when it comes to costs, as you know, the homeowners are going to have to pay no matter what. So let's make sure that what we ask the developers to develop with ancillary, retail, and commercial, because for 20 years, there hasn't been that much. So your question of how we're going to pay for that is making sure everybody pays what they're supposed to. That's the start. That is the start. And you saw in the coffers that right now, and I think it's the road impact fee was $3 million, and we're $306 million short. and $600 and something short, but that's also for build out for 2056. So there are some changes that can be made, but it has to be made now. So thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. Last up, we have Ellen Wog.
Ellen, you should be able to unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
You know, my comments were on, well, first of all, I live at 15501 East 112th Avenue, 3060. My comments were on the item that will be brought before council on March the 7th. So I am not sure with the guidelines that was spoken at the beginning of the comment section that this is the appropriate time for my comments.
I believe you're referring to a public hearing that will occur on a land use matter, and so I would ask that you reserve your comments for that public hearing.
Will that public hearing also include being able to speak on Zoom since it is a in-person meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Then I will save my comments for that meeting and March the 7th.
Very good, thank you. Did you have any other comments that you wish to make?
No.
Great, thank you, and we'll see you on March 7th. Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We'll move on to our noticed council business. We have 2 items this evening. The first is existing land use and development discussion. We'll invite Councilmember Noble to introduce the item and make a motion if necessary.
Thank you very much, Mayor Huseman. Yes, I brought the existing land use issue forward at the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee meeting. We had a presentation. I will speak about the meeting later on, but one of the maps that was shown was the existing land use map. And we haven't seen that map as a city council, and it seemed very important for everyone to be able to see just exactly what balanced development has looked like in Commerce City and looks like today. I ask for the slide to be, thank you. There we are. So let me just draw your attention to this. The purple is industrial use. The pale green is residential, and the red dots are commercial. They're not dots, they're sort of squares, smallish. I think it's really important for us to have this picture in mind when we discuss development in Commerce City. We have heard from our residents that they are dismayed that there isn't more residents serving amenities in Commerce City, and you can see why they would feel that way. There simply aren't. We do have, however, a tremendous amount of industrial. That's a concern on several levels because of the pay that the workers in industrial level might be receiving and whether we have housing available for them. At the same time, over the weekend, I had a contact from one of my constituents who was concerned about her property tax bill versus a neighbor's property tax bill, and she'd paid $700,000 for her home in North Commerce City. That home won't be available to warehouse workers. And at the same time, there isn't a job for that family here in Commerce City to afford a $700,000 home. So they're going to be driving out of Commerce City and spending their money elsewhere. On top of it, we don't have transportation, public transportation to get folks from one area to another area. At a recent boards and commissions meeting, we had 2 different applicants. One talked to us as a planning commissioner who wondered when he and the planning commission would find out what the city council's position is on development. And the other applicant for a planning commission seat was asked if he understood what the city council's position is on development. And the 4 of us on the Boards and Commissions Committee agreed afterwards that that was an unfair question because that's a conversation the city council hasn't had. And it certainly hasn't had that conversation in the 2 years I have been on the city council. It's high time we do. We can't let anything else be amended, changed, modified, whatever we're talking about in terms of development agreements or planning documents, filings, versions, you name it. Those are the things that start spinning out of control, and next thing you know, folks are saying, wait a minute, what happened to the town center we were promised? What happened to the park we were promised? We have to spend more time on this. Now is the time. I hope you all and our citizens at home can see just exactly what's been happening in Commerce City, and that this has helped you visualize it. Happy to take any questions if anyone has any, or if we have questions for our staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Noble, for bringing this forward, and to have it put on the screen was quite impactful. I also was at the BREDAC meeting, and I am so glad that you took the initiative to put this committee together. It is definitely time to re-examine the directions that we have been taking and take time out to understand how we got here and to really look at what our future looks like. So I so appreciate you bringing this forward. I appreciate you being tenacious in putting that committee together, and I just thank you for everything that you have done. But to bring this forward tonight, to have it on the screen, to really see it is, like I said, quite impactful. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree. I think it's absolutely time to have that discussion. There's a couple things I do disagree on, and I feel like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. And from everything that we know, density is not a bad thing. You know, when you talk about a $700,000 house, it's market driven, and the market's saying that we don't have enough capacity. So the only way to solve a capacity issue is by building more. But we're saying we don't want to build more, which would then reduce the cost because the capacity would be there now, and there would be less competition in the market. So density, I understand. We heard tonight, we've heard in the last couple of meetings, there's some issues around the fires that we saw around houses being built too close together. Part of that, to me, may be building code and materials issues, because when it used to be 17 minutes to escape a house that's on fire is now 3 to 4 minutes. That could also be part of the issue. But I don't want us to jump into this discussion with some false fallacies of industrial workers make less money. I know a huge section of that group that makes well over $100,000 on an annual basis, which is who live in our community. That to me is making a pretty rash decision about what industrial business represents. Every industrial business that I've taken place in this city has ample opportunity for growth to allow for you to start at a starting position and work your way all the way up and have that opportunity to purchase a house at market rate. I'm the first to admit that we have to find ways to create balance in this city. You don't want residential on top of industrial on top of commercial, unless it makes absolute sense. And a lot of times we don't have the choice on making things make sense. You don't get to pick what business goes where and how they're going to intermingle, if you will. But we definitely have the opportunity to look at to bring in some experts and look at the whole picture. But if we're looking at what the Front Range is saying right now is we need to build 50,000 affordable houses a year for the next 5 years to fix the capacity issue, and we're not even building 10,000. So to me, we're talking about reduction of density or, moving down that path. What's that gonna solve? I mean, it's really not addressing the key issue of why it costs $700,000 to buy a house. Supply chain issues are part of that problem, for sure. So material cost has gone up, for sure. But most of it is a capacity-based issue. A $700,000 house that would have cost you maybe five years ago doesn't happen because of something that we're doing or how we're developing. It's market-driven and it's capacity. It's strictly based off of what's available. And for us to say, well, maybe we need to pump the brakes and stop building is counterintuitive to what we're actually trying to solve. Should we be building that right? Should we be putting in appropriate land use development changes, zoning changes? Yes, we need clarification. We've talked about that at probably the last 5 meetings we've had. So I agree, it is time to talk about this. But from my perspective, we're saying our houses are too expensive, we should stop building. And to me, it just, the two don't make sense, because to draw, if you're trying to solve a capacity issue, you sure don't stop building. And so I think we just have to bring in a third party, so it's not me saying that. I'm surely not the expert. The information I'm passing along is simply what I read, and I'm happy to make connections to some experts that probably don't align with me politically. And so I just would love to hear, everybody to hear kind of the more globalized, Colorado issue and how we fit into that, because I understand the challenges that we're talking about, but if we look around the rest of the metro, we're facing similar challenges to everybody else, and really it is because it's a capacity issue.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I believe I was misunderstood when I mentioned the price of the home. It wasn't that we shouldn't have homes at that price level. I was suggesting that the people who might have that, who own the home, have to go elsewhere because we don't have offices, we don't have high tech, we don't have commercial for them to shop, we don't have movie theaters, we don't have multiple restaurants. These are all things that Commerce City residents have been asking about. We could have, of course, more affordable housing. That would certainly be helpful. And I would like to point out that the census shows that our average income in Commerce City is $65,000. I was referring to warehouse workers and the owners of the warehouses, especially at Nexus in my ward. have been looking for workers. And where would they come from? How would they get there? What's the transportation that they take to get there? They'd have to come by car only, or vehicle, some vehicle, because there isn't any bus service. I'm fully on board with transit-oriented development, for example, but we don't have transit. So it's kind of a chicken and egg problem, I suppose, but more importantly, we're looking for commercial, and you're not seeing that on this map. Very little of it. And we're not even seeing it where the residents had been promised, and that's at the Tower and 104th area. How many times are we going to let the citizens of Commerce City down? We have a responsibility to keep an eye on this and make certain that there aren't modifications made that benefit the developer rather than the residents of Commerce City. I would like to have this discussion at the retreat so that we can have some sort of vision going forward as to what we're looking for in Commerce City on behalf of our residents. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I do too. I'd love to have that conversation at the winter retreat. With that being said, Roger, would you mind if we can work with staff on figuring out, there are some significant landowners, and I don't want to call any company or owner out specifically, but I was recently talking to someone who said, look who owns the land next door. I'm not moving until they move, because what they do completely impacts what I'm going to do. That significant landowner has been sitting on that property since well before any of us were talking about this on city council. And so doesn't mean that's the story around the whole city, but when we talk about that and maybe discuss, you know, what conversations, even if they're preliminary, I guess that are acceptable to talk about, it'd be good to know, because it seems that at least as you move closer to the airport, there's significant interest in industrial and commercial happening today. That will change kind of that discussion around the possibility of having residential-based services in our area, at least on the north end of the city. And so, you know, as we start building closer to the airport, everything gets a little more interesting, if you will. And so there's, I think, a significant opportunity for us to take that interesting situation where building residential is doesn't make any sense, and allow us to really focus on industrial and commercial opportunities there, because, you know, industrial or transportation-based businesses may be the best fitting in that type of zoning because of the noise, if you will, and light pollution and all the other things that occur near an airport the size and how busy Denver International is. So I think that just what I'm asking for is add the context of kind of maybe not all of the behind the scenes, because I understand some of that's not appropriate, but getting even just a sense of interest that's out there that's progressing right now might be good to add to that conversation.
Well, there's a couple things involved. One is this is a type of conversation that's appropriate for the comprehensive plan update, because there you get into the vision, long-term vision for the city. You get into what's the appropriate land use to accomplish that vision. So I think it's appropriate to certainly have the discussion. I would urge you to think in terms of the comprehensive plan update process and utilizing that for this conversation, because it is a good conversation to have. In terms of landowners, I'm sure there are landowners that are waiting to see what their neighbor is going to do. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. But again, part of that is waiting for the comprehensive plan as well. You know, they want to know what the city council's vision is going to be, what you're emphasizing, so that they can proceed according to that plan. Because if they put a plan into place and 1 year later, city council changes direction, they may have invested a lot of money for no good and it'd be a total loss. So I understand their hesitancy right now, given that we're in the comprehensive plan update process. So I'm not sure if there was a different part of the question I haven't answered, but okay.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. So what our citizens are looking for is balanced growth and balanced development. And they are not seeing that. They are seeing an overabundance of industrial, and they're not seeing the services that they were promised. We could go in a different direction. I see on the other side of Pena Boulevard, tremendous development, commercial. And we have an opportunity with DIA being our neighbor to look at technology. We have an opportunity possibly to look at turning the corner and maybe being the epicenter for where the renewable energy revolution takes place. We have to start looking in a different direction than the one that we just continue to look in. And we're not responsible to make sure that anyone purchasing land made a wise decision in making that purchase. They decided to take that risk. Our obligation is to the citizens of the city to serve them the best that we can. And so I am very glad that Councilmember Noble put this on the agenda to put that map up so that the citizens know that we are working in their best interest and that we are aware and that we are going to make sure that we deliver on the promise of a quality community for a lifetime. And so thank you, Councilmember Noble, for bringing this up tonight. I really appreciate it. And I hope there are a lot of people watching tonight so that they know that we are working in their best interests, and what they're asking of us, we are committed to fulfill that obligation in serving them.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make a point of clarification on the map, actually, and the colors, and it might just be an issue of the way they're coming across on the screen up here, but I think Councilmember Noble pointed to light green as being residential. Just wanted to clarify that that was, the light green that I was seeing is actually agricultural, which kind of pushes me to my next point. And, you know, we have these huge tracts of land that are still in the growth area of Commerce City that are agricultural, which will eventually be sold off for development. And I think it's really important to remember that the city is not building the commercial growth the developers are going to. And we need to learn to be friendly in a way that is valuable to our residents, but also is welcoming to people who want to build these things in our community. If you want a planned community with, you know, parks and different recreation options and transportation and commercial amenities, we're gonna have to work with developers to get there. And so should we give it all away? No, but we have to be a city and a council that can work together to come up with solutions, to work with developers that work for us as well as them. Otherwise, they just won't do work here anymore. And we can sit on a lot of vacant land for a really long time and try to answer questions for residents about why we don't have any additional development. And so I ask you to keep that in mind as we have this next conversation. We have to be able to work on both sides of this problem. Otherwise, we will have nothing.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Grimes. You're absolutely right. The light green is agricultural. Can you put the map up again, please?
It popped on and flashed off. Mr. Roberts, can you put it back up, please, sir? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so the yellowish, and blame it on my eyesight, the yellowish represents two different things, or it's two different tones of yellow. One is single-family attached, one is single-family detached, and then the green is agricultural. My emphasis, however, was on the fact that we have certainly done our fair share of industrial in Commerce City. I think our obligation has been met at this point, but we are woefully behind on commercial and services to our residents, and that's what the important part is. And with all due respect to our city manager, my concern about waiting for comprehensive plans is that comprehensive plans are a year or a year and a half down the road, or land development code changes are that far down the road. We had something in an email within the last week that indicated we can make changes via ordinance. You won't see much green on this map either, which is to reflect parks. In fact, I have been wondering if Commerce City has become a heat dome with all of the concrete roofs, asphalt parking lots. It's quite a bit hotter than it was. I was looking at photos just in the last 24 hours from 2016. I had the most beautiful vegetable garden, and I could not make it work last year because it was just way too hot. It's possible that Commerce City is getting too hot, and we're helping do that by having so much industrial in use instead of parks and trees and commercial spaces that invite our residents to stay in Commerce City, spend their money in Commerce City, play in Commerce City, and work in Commerce City. Thank you. That's all I have tonight.
Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next noticed council business, which is an Oakwood Consolidated Development Agreement. I'd like to invite Councilmember Grimes to introduce the item and make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. So back in December, we had a meeting to discuss this agreement prior to letting it sunset. And in that meeting, we were short a council member, and unfortunately, this failed on a tie. And I think we owe it to the residents to have this conversation again. I think we need to make it a possibility for Oakwood to continue doing business without having to do individual agreements on a case-by-case basis. And what I'd like to motion is that we direct staff to prepare an ordinance to bring back, hopefully next week at a special meeting, to bring the original agreement back to us minus the sales and use tax reimbursement portion, with the caveat that there are 6 months from the date that it sunset to negotiate the changes that this council wants to see in that agreement. One more point of clarification, and I don't know that this needs to be written into anything, but there was a point made in that December 6th meeting, Mr. Hayter, that we could in fact retroactively reinstate this agreement if that was the desire of council in the future. And so that's my desire in the motion and in directing staff, if we choose to move that way, is to reinstate the existing motion less the sales and use tax reimbursement.
All right, I have a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution that would reinstate the Consolidated Development Agreement with Oakwood Homes retroactive to the date that it expired, minus the sales and use tax rebate. Is there a second? Councilmember Madera.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to prepare a resolution that would, or ordinance that would reinstate retroactively to December 17, 2021, the Consolidated Development Agreement with Oakwood Homes minus the sales and use tax rebate. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes?
Just one point of clarification. I'm not certain, but I think it has to be an ordinance. Is that correct?
To bring back this agreement, yes, it would have to be by ordinance because of the way it impacts and departs from the Land Development Code.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that as we talk about it, we know it's an ordinance.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. If this was brought back for 6 months, what are the impact fees that this Consolidated Development Agreement requires of the developer? I noticed $480 for road impact.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. As it relates to impact fees, there is a statement within, or what was within the existing agreement, that the owner would pay the drainage, the transportation, parks, rec, and parks, trails, and recreation facilities fee. That is consistent with the adopted drainage fee, adopted drainage and/or other impact fee schedule. So if you adopt a new drainage fee, impact fee, they would pay the new drainage impact fee. We adopt a new roadway impact fee, they pay the new roadway impact fee. So they would have to come current with whatever we have in at the time.
Okay, thank you very much. I noticed that in their agreement that the owner's intent is to plan and develop the property as residential community with ancillary commercial, retail, and business uses, consistent with proper planning and zoning principles. Zoning for the property for such purposes is proper and compatible with planned development in the area. What modifications have been made to this Consolidated Development Agreement over the past 20 years in terms of the planning documents?
Just to make sure I understand, ma'am, I may just rephrase the question so I can answer it properly. Sure. Are you seeking what changes to the PUD zone document have been made during the lifespan of the CDA?
Correct, because I don't want to be approving anything that is contrary to what is best for the future of the Northern Range.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that clarification. There's, over the lifespan of the past 20 years, there's been 6 amendments to the Buffalo Hills Ranch PUD zone document. I don't have the particular details as to what those amendments consisted of, but I will share with you the last PUD amendment that was approved by City Council was on March 4th, 2019. And it was at that time that the sitting City Council made the determination that it had met the approval criteria as identified within our Land Development Code, which means that it has to demonstrate compatibility and consistency with the comprehensive plans, vision, and goals for the land use that's been identified on said property.
That's good. And I think Mr. Douglas was referring to Section D of the Consolidated Development Agreement, quoting, "In no event shall the development of the property be subject to any action on the part of city causing or resulting in any moratorium, suspension, delay, slowdown, or other reduction applicable to the issuance by the city of building permits, certificates of occupancy, or other routine authorizations." Does that give the developer more control than the typical developer, or is this standard language in all of our agreements?
So I'm going to look to the city attorney to help me tag team this response because it's somewhat nuanced. So when we're thinking about vested property rights, and in particular to specific site development plans, it is in essence validating and confirming their ability to develop as proposed with a level of assurance and confidence that the city's regulation standards and/or ordinances will not have a detrimental impact on their ability to perform said development that was considered for the specificity of that. And there's a lot of, for lack of better words, there's some ambiguity when we're dealing with site-specific development plans at the state level, because that's where we are able to leverage the ability to, I'll say, approve for a greater expanse of time. So maybe a better way of discussing it is thinking about it in a level of timeframes. Our typical development plans are approved for no more than 2 years. If you've not moved forward with your development within that 2-year period, you either have to look for an extension, you either have to build, or it is withdrawn for not summarily taking action through a building permit. A site development, a site-specific development plan through vested property rights assures you a longer time span that your approvals on record will remain valid and in place to deal with market conditions, to deal with other externalities that we may not be aware of. And in this case, that's where that initial language of the 20 years was to give more specificity to the length of that approval. Now, the zoning was at that time interpreted and determined to have met the site-specific vesting of our land development code, but ultimately as well state statute, thereby stating the uses that were intended for the various properties could move forward with certain level of due respect, that things of statewide concern or control would still have to be considered. In particular, and I'm looking to Mr. Hayter, this was a conversation that came up in and around our oil and gas land development code updates as it related to certain rights that the city had to impose with respect to development, and development having to respond accordingly to those, such as the reverse setbacks and or the establishment of new setbacks, depending on the operations of an oil and gas well pad. So like I said, it's very nuanced depending upon the certain imposition of ordinance and regulations and having to interpret those in relation to this. So not just a black and white, unfortunately, ma'am. But Matt, you may have something else to add to that.
Yes, but is it used for all developers, that same language?
No, ma'am. It's a special request that's made by a developer as part of our entitlement process.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Would you like me to elaborate at all?
No. And I would like an explanation of, because I'm looking at Reunion, and I happen to live in Reunion myself, so sort of have firsthand knowledge. And it's my ward where the majority of it is. So I can see South Lawn, I can see the carriage homes along Tower Road. That's taking care of that area. I see Reunion north of 104th. That's built out, except for the area by Tower. That's one section. That's one section. Then there is the behind King Supers that needs to be built out, but that would be Ward 3. That's Councilmember Davis's area. And then further west, Reunion Ridge, which is in Councilmember Madera's ward. Does Reunion Ridge have its own development agreement or PUD?
So great question, ma'am. No. The land in Reunion Ridge, which is in Councilmember Madera's district, Village 8, which is behind King Supers, which is in Mr. Davis's, and obviously Reunion Center, which you're speaking about, which is along Tower, High Plains Parkway, and E470, are all governed by the Buffalo Hills Ranch PUD.
I don't see the value of having a consolidated development agreement versus having development agreements for each of these sections because they are not contiguous. So explain to me the pros and cons of a consolidated development agreement In the old days, 20 years ago, when they were building this all out, that made perfect sense. Now, it seems development agreements for Reunion Ridge, a development agreement for the property behind King Soopers, and then a development agreement for the Tower and 104th area. Those make sense to me, but a consolidated development agreement does not make sense to me.
Great questions, and I would say, it's one that we've talked about internally, and I think it's a planning principle discussion. When you're thinking of a development such as Reunion, which of its scale and size of magnitude with respect to the impact on the community and or, in this case, regional improvements. Think of 104th, 96, very drainage improvements such as Ragweed Draw, Chambers, High Plains Parkway. A master consolidated development agreement provides for more efficiencies and or connections to being made across the leveraging of the various assistance. I'm just going to call it various assistance. If you look at it through the vested property rights, the sharing of sales and use tax, and I know that's off the table, but just think about it from that perspective. It allows for being able to make more connections towards those regional improvements that will have a tangible and an intangible benefit. Individual development agreements are, from a historical perspective for the city, been more of a vantage point for the local network and system and quite frankly, the development that is impacting that and improving it. So when we think about it for like a Turnberry versus a Reunion, first things that come to mind are the land area, the land mass, and the potential impacts that it will have to various improvements within that they control, either through dedication to the city and or the development of what's required to them as part of the offsetting impacts or mitigation of impacts that are being developed. And when you look at just the span of Reunion from Highway 2 to east of E470 with some respect, is that you're going to have much larger regional improvements that are going to have to be delivered. And in that, individual development agreements don't necessarily tie into a consistent, coherent delivery of those improvements. Now, I will go and say that a consolidated development agreement is not also perfect. It does have its particular drawbacks from time to time if you're not able to capture what all of those regional improvements are that are being identified and when they're being identified. So you have to be mindful to ensure that those are included. But the benefits that you're able to establish, if done right, and have thought through some of those blind alleys to your best of abilities, is being able to create those connections between those developments, because you're able to leverage the improvements that are being done within Reunion Ridge to help apply for reapplication in Reunion Center and vice versa in Village 8 and so forth. So you have that cross-pollination. Individual development agreements, and the other thing with a consolidated development agreement, it's a negotiated deal. Because what we're also looking at here are obviously giving the authority and certain powers to that agreement that are a modification of the land development code. With a individual land development, not land development, but development agreement, you have to apply rough proportionality, rational nexus in all of what is being required for that development to perform. So whether that development is only required to perform intersection improvements, half sections, that's all we as a city can ask for. We cannot ask for any more than just that, or it becomes a matter of issues of takings. But with a consolidated development agreement, it allows for us to have, once again, these negotiated discussions as it relates to the regional improvements, the participation thereof, and the timing in which they're built, which far exceeds what we're able to do on an individual basis.
I just have a couple of more questions, Mr. Mayor. You were speaking of things that they are to do under the Consolidated Development Agreement, and I'm looking at Section 2.2, improvement of arterial streets. It says the owner shall improve or shall pay to improve one half of the proposed width for arterial streets abutting the property. Would that include 112th?
I'd have to go back to the roadway classification for 112 to determine whether it's an arterial or a collector road. Let's use this for an example. We have recently received construction drawings for Chambers Road. Chambers Road is a collector road, as it's identified within our master transportation plan. Under the consolidated, I'll say a good faith effort, if we had the consolidated development agreement, they would have, and as we're still working with them, be working through construction drawings for a full section of Chambers Road, reconstructed to its ultimate section between 106 to 112. If they wanted to move forward with purely meeting what is the rational nexus and rough proportionality, they would only be required to do half section and or intersection improvements, and maybe accel, decel lanes. So the consolidated development agreement that they were working through well before this time period, they've developed that, they've submitted that roadway to be able to, once again, meet that regional improvement. For an arterial, I would think of maybe 106, they would only do a half section, and that's all that they would be required to do. So kind of try to give you a distinction with a difference between a collector and arterial, and a collector and what's been identified being more regional in nature, and what they've provided in a good faith effort. For Chambers, 106 to 112 versus just thinking of 106 for a particular project or filing, excuse me.
Okay, well, I was just curious because they had done 112th from the golf course to Parkside, but they have not done Parkside to Buckley Road, and it's caused a lot of problems for residents in terms of dust and all of the construction vehicles that have been on that road in the interim. And then the other question was 2.3, maintenance of landscaping. So this is a 50-foot buffer on either side of the main entrance, and that they agree to landscape and maintain that portion. When the road is conveyed to the city, which would be 104th, for example, or Chambers Road, does that become the city's responsibility, or does maintenance and landscape of that 50-foot buffer remain with the developer?
That remains with the developer, ma'am.
Okay, and they have not been maintaining that along 104th.
Okay.
So that is important for us to stay on top of.
We'll make sure to get that over to code enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or question, discussion regarding the motion on the table? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. I just feel like this is much more beneficial for the developer, Oakwood, than it is for the city itself. This just keeps coming back over and over again. And they obviously are pushing this, and therefore I am skeptical.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-3 to have staff draft the ordinance. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back in a few moments. Presentations section of our meeting. The first is a Veterans Commission Memorial Plaque request. Would like to invite Reverend Robert Carpenter, Vice Chair of the Veterans Commission, and Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're just waiting for Reverend Carpenter here.
All right, I'm here.
Wonderful. Reverend, if you'd like to take it away with the presentation, I'll be here to support.
Okay, my name is Robert Carpenter, and I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Veterans Commission of Commerce City, Colorado. I'm a Vietnam veteran, a Vietnam War veteran. I served the tour of duty in Vietnam and Thailand during that conflict, during my military commitment for our nation. I also received a Purple Heart with the United States Air Force during that time period. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm coming before you all today on behalf of the Veterans Commission. The Veterans Commission would like the City Council to vote on a proposed bronze plaque to be dedicated on the front of the Memorial Monument at the Veterans Memorial Park on Memorial Day, Monday, May the 30th, 2022. The bronze plaque would consist of the initial commissioners of the Veterans Commission, who has committed their time and resources to bring visibility to assist our veteran community throughout Commerce City in spite of a COVID-19 pandemic. During the establishment of the commission has made a significant impact in the Commerce City area with the Memorial Day event of 2021, a featured article in the Reunion Living magazine's August issue, as well as seminars to educate and inform our veterans community on various topics and concerns regarding veterans issues during the months of August and November of 2021 at the Bison Ridge Recreation Center. The commission will be conducting another seminar event currently scheduled for March the 9th at the Eagle Ridge Recreation Center from 4 to 8 p.m., as well as planning for the traditional Memorial Day event on Memorial Day, May the 30th, 2022. Per the Rocky Mountain Plaque Company, the plaque would be 12 inches in width, 16 inches in height, for a total budget of $945, with a production time of 8 to 10 weeks from acceptance of signed proof from the City Council. The bronze plaque will acknowledge those veteran members of the Veterans Commission who served their country honorably with sacrifice and their efforts, research, and teamwork and commitment to making the identity of the Veterans Commission a reality. In addition to being an essential part of the growth development process of Commerce City, to ensure our veterans community are connected, engaged, and to be heard for generations to come. Once again, my name is Reverend Robert Carpenter of the Veterans Commission. Thank you for your time and your attention regarding this matter.
Thank you, Reverend. So, Honorable Mayor, members of Council, what the Veterans Commission is looking for is approval from the City Council for the mounting of a plaque, which was included in your packet tonight, a draft copy of that plaque on the Veterans Memorial Monument to be dedicated on Memorial Day 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Robinson. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. No questions. Just thank you so much for bringing this forward to us. Very supportive of this idea and hope to see it through to fruition. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone on the commission for their service, not only to our country, but to to the veterans of our community. This commission has hit the ground running. You know, we started it during the pandemic, and this group of guys just got together, started putting events together. And, you know, with little resources, we haven't had a budget of any type. They just go out there, they find the resources for the veterans in our communities, and they put these events together. And, you know, they've been really helping a lot of veterans in the community, and it's been a great commission. So I'm in full support of this.
Councilmember Noble?
This is very wonderful, and thank you, Reverend Carpenter, for doing such a wonderful job in a presentation. I would only make one suggestion, is that the May 30, 2022 engraving on the plaque, that it say dedicated that date, so there's clarity around the fact that the members who were listed there were actually the members when this formed in 2020. Because I know from serving on the Boards and Commissions Committee that you have new members now. So if they're not going to be included, then I would just suggest that you make that clarification. Otherwise, I think it's wonderful, and I certainly support the expense.
Thank you. We have made that clarification on the proposed bronze plaque. So it has been upgraded and updated. We just finally found out that the mayor signed the ordinance on March the 2nd. So that'll be corrected on the plaque as well, and also have the date of the dedication, May the 30th. So the plaque has been updated and corrected.
Thanks so much.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Carpenter, for bringing this forward. Obviously, I'm in support of this as well. I think just to make a comment, you know, being on the Boards and Commission selection group, I have to say that I was so impressed with everybody that has applied for and to become a participant of the Veterans Commission. We have many wonderful people in Commerce City, and sitting on the Boards and Commission Selection Committee allows us to interview several of those people. And so, Reverend, thank you for serving your country. Thank you for serving our city and you know, bringing the voice of veterans to City Council. You know, in my opinion, this is the very least we can do.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Douglas?
And thank you for your service too, Mayor.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, Reverend Carpenter, I'd also like to express my gratitude to you. And if you would relay that as well to the other members of the commission, I would really appreciate it, all your hard work and effort in participating in this very, very special commission. So thank you so much.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, City Council. I will definitely relay that message to our veterans on our next meeting next Tuesday.
Councilmember Ford?
I just wanted to say thank you for your service, and thank you for participating with this commission. I want to thank all the commission members. I'm in full support of the plaque being placed.
Councilmember Alan Thomas?
Thank you. Along those same lines, I just want to tell you, thank you also for what you do for the city and all the other commission members, and for serving our country.
Thank you.
The idea on this Veterans Commission came out of a seminar that I attended at National League of Cities City Summit in San Antonio a couple years ago. And it really kind of focused my attention that we could do more for helping veterans in our community, and seeing what the commission has done, having the veteran service organizations come out and help veterans within our community to apply for benefits they may not be receiving. And if anybody has ever tried to navigate through that process alone, they've seen that it is not the easiest. And that's one thing that is you're separating from the military and you go through TAPS, Transition Assistance Program and stuff. They don't really teach you how to navigate dealing with the VA and dealing with getting benefits and making sure that that you'll be taken care of for whatever it is that you went through throughout your career. So one of the first things I saw this commission do was have those VSOs come in and help veterans within our community. And I think that's huge, and that really spoke to why I felt that it would be important to have this commission. So I thank all the commission members who have made this an active commission that has truly trying to make a difference and is coming up with solutions rather than just holding meetings and not really having any traction. So again, I appreciate the leadership of the individuals that are chairing the commission, as well as all the members that have taken that. I will make a motion that we approve or direct staff to approve the plaque, spend the money on the plaque, and plan on the plaque being installed or dedicated on Memorial Day at the 2022 Commerce City Memorial Day Parade, which is going to happen, correct?
I'm trying to verify that, but I've given direction, that's our preference, yes.
So it's going to happen.
Sure, it'll happen.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Madera?
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to procure the plaque as modified per the comments made by Reverend Carpenter and have that ready to be attached at the Memorial Day Parade on May 30th, 2022. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you both for your time this evening, and thank you again for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, sir, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Next up, we have a conversation on the Cdphe listening session. We'll invite Matt Hayter, interim city attorney, to introduce the item.
Good evening. As you indicated, at this point in the agenda, we have a lot of time for a Cdphe listening session. This is the City Council. You have previously requested an opportunity to discuss with the Cdphe matters relating to the Suncor facility, especially as it relates to air quality. So that's what this time is for. I'd like to thank Dave Aspman and Michael Frandina, our outside counsel, for facilitating this discussion with Cdphe. More directly to council, at various times you've been provided either with information orally at meetings or in writing that include communications about this topic that's subject to attorney-client privilege. I'd like to ask you to be mindful of that privilege in your comments today. I'd like to thank the representatives from Cdphe for being available at this late hour. We're very grateful to them. At this time, I'd like to invite Shannon McMillan, the Compliance and Enforcement Program Manager for the Air Pollution Control Division of Cdphe to introduce herself and her colleagues.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Again, my name is Shannon McMillan. I manage the Compliance and Enforcement Program, excuse me, for the Air Pollution Control Division. Joining me this evening from Cdphe is Michael Ogletree. He is the Director of the Air Pollution Control Division, and Gary Kaufman, our Deputy Director for Regulatory Affairs. And we also have Michael Landis with our Attorney General's Office participating as needed tonight. So with that, I can turn it over to Michael Ogletree for some opening comments.
Thanks, Shannon. My name's Michael Ogletree. I'm the new director of the Air Pollution Control Division. I've been with the division now just over 2 months. I'm actually starting my third month today. Prior to my work here at the state, I oversaw the air quality program for the city and county of Denver for 7 years. So very familiar with the Suncor facility, as well as all the work that's been going on at the facility and its history of noncompliance. I also spent 15 months on the Air Quality Control Commission. And today just wanted to share with you from our team an update on compliance oversight, as well as the status of current enforcement actions. I'm really interested in kind of working with this council and really hearing your concerns. And with that, I'll hand it over to Shannon.
Great, thank you, Michael. So first, I just wanted to provide some perspective and oversight for this council with how the Air Pollution Control Division conducts compliance oversight activities with respect to the Suncor refinery in particular. So as I know you're all aware, since you live in this community, that Suncor is a very complex facility. It includes 3 plants and also a large number of air emission points. The Suncor refinery is subject to 2 Title V operating permits. It's also subject to 2 joint federal and state consent decrees, and those are air-related enforcement settlements that Suncor is required to comply with. Suncor is also subject to approximately 23 federal air regulations and approximately 11 state air regulations. And in addition, Suncor has approximately 30 continuous emissions monitors where they monitor various pollutants from several sources of air emissions within the refinery. Suncor does also have, currently have fence line benzene monitoring that is required under a federal air regulation. So for compliance oversight activities, the Air Division dedicates more compliance oversight time and resource to Suncor than any other individual source in the state, and necessarily and appropriately so. The Air Division conducts a robust inspection on site each year. And we also oversee multiple stack tests, and that's where a third-party company is hired to monitor and measure the emissions from the stack. And we also oversee the certifications of the accuracy of the continuous emissions monitors, and those are conducted throughout the year as well. Our staff may be on site for additional compliance oversight activities that as need arises each year. And we review a large number of reports and other information that Suncor submits throughout the year. So just to provide an overview of our enforcement process, it can take a long time. It can be complicated depending on the complexity of the case, the kinds of violations that are discovered, what necessary requirements need to be included. So we wanted to provide an overview of what our process is, which is pretty standardized throughout the years. But the first step before enforcement is a violation or violations are identified. And that usually occurs during our standard compliance oversight activities, such as an inspection, overseeing a stack test, or reviewing information that comes in via reports from a company. And then the determination of any alleged violations would then be documented in an inspection report, along with a recommendation for how the violation or violations should be addressed. And really that recommendation is just, should we pursue formal enforcement or informal enforcement? If the recommendation is for informal enforcement, then the inspector would write a warning letter or issue a verbal warning to the facility for the violations. If formal enforcement is recommended by the inspector, then with their supervisor's approval, the case is referred to the Air Division's enforcement unit. And the enforcement unit then would prioritize the case for initiation based on a variety of different factors. So we come to the first step in the formal enforcement process, and we call that case initiation, pardon me. And that occurs when the Air Pollution Control Division issues a document called a compliance advisory to the source or the company. And a compliance advisory is a formal legal document that puts the source on, that provides formal notice to the source of the alleged violations that have been discovered. And then the next step in the process is the division meets with the source and they are provided the opportunity to respond to the issues laid out in the compliance advisory. If they agree or disagree, if there was a violation, if there's other circumstances that they want us to understand, if the violation's ongoing, things of that nature. And then they may provide additional information either prior to or after the meeting with the Air Division. Then the next step is the division takes the time to evaluate all the information that we have. What evidence was collected during the inspection, what additional information or defenses were provided by the source during the compliance advisory meeting or in any of the supplemental information provided. And we use all that information to determine how to close out the case and what's the best option to do so. We have a lot of tools in our tool chest, but the most common case closeout tool that we use is a negotiated settlement. And so that is a settlement document that both parties sign, both the Air Division and the company. And it includes documentation of all of the alleged violations that are being resolved in the settlement. It most often would include a penalty that the company needs to pay. And then the settlement can also include what we call compliance requirements or corrective actions. And these are things that if the company has not returned to compliance already at the time that we all sign the settlement document, then it'll lay out what they still need to do, what specifically need to do, and a deadline for which they need to complete those actions. As I mentioned, the division resolves the majority of our enforcement actions through this negotiated process. But if we can't come to agreement with a company on the details of settlement, then the division can issue what we call a compliance order, and that's a unilateral order that would include, again, documentation of all the violations, the likely assessment of the penalty, and anything that the source needs to do to return to compliance. But it's ordering them to do that instead of them agreeing to do things by a certain date. And then that order could be appealed to the department's Air Quality Control Commission. And assuming we are moving forward with a settlement document or a compliance order, that most often includes a penalty. So if the division determines that a penalty is warranted for the violation or violations to be resolved, a penalty is calculated. And the penalties are calculated consistent, with the Air Division's statutory authority in considering all the factors that are required by our statute. Then the division drafts the proposed settlement document. Again, that includes the violations, the proposed penalty, and any actions that the company needs to take to return to compliance or other things that may be appropriate to be included in settlement. And we send the source the proposed settlement for their review and consideration. And hopefully, if all goes smoothly, we get a finalized settlement agreement that both parties sign within a reasonable amount of time. As I mentioned earlier, our enforcement process, the time it takes to resolve cases varies wildly depending on the nature of the violation or how many violations there are, what needs to be done to return to compliance, the cooperation of the company, and things of that nature. So the timelines can really vary a lot. But even once the case is closed, the Air Division's work isn't done. Then we work to ensure that the source is complying with that settlement document. So we need to, for example, confirm that the penalty is paid and on time, and any compliance requirements that are included in that document, that they are meeting all of those requirements by the deadline included. So our monitoring work goes on even once a settlement is completed. With respect to Suncor and enforcement actions, you may be aware of the March 2020 settlement between the Air Division and Suncor. That was a really significant enforcement action for the division and for Suncor. The Air Division continues to monitor Suncor's implementation of the requirements of that settlement document. In addition, the Air Division is involved in a current enforcement action with Suncor as well. That is stemming from the 2020 inspection, which covers the time period from July 1st of 2019 through June 30th of 2020. The Air Division issued a compliance advisory. Again, that's our initiating document for formal enforcement in August of 2021. We met with Suncor in September of 2021. And Suncor has submitted additional information in response to questions from the Air Division. So currently, we're in the process of internal review and development of a draft settlement proposal and all of the steps that need to be considered for drafting that proposal. The division isn't at liberty to share additional information about the case details or possible settlement requirements. The details and discussions are necessarily confidential in our enforcement matters. And this isn't unique to the Suncor case. This is true of all of our enforcement actions. So that I'll turn it over to Gary Kaufman, our Deputy Director for Regulatory Affairs, and I'm also available to answer questions as you have them this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. I'm Gary Kaufman, and I'll be brief before we get into questions. This facility obviously presents a very difficult challenge, as Shannon alluded to. On the one hand, it's the most heavily regulated, inspected, monitored, and penalized facility in the state. On the other hand, it continues to have an unacceptably high level of noncompliance. While we will continue to employ our traditional enforcement tools that in most, and if not all other cases, gets us to where we need to be, this facility really deserves and needs additional resources, additional consideration. So we're certainly exploring additional options on how do we bring the facility into better compliance. One of those, an example of that was the root cause analysis that we required in the last settlement agreement, which led to some improvement at the facility, but we continue to see too many violations at too many of the units at the facility. So, we really do look forward, as Director Ogletree mentioned, to working with Commerce City, with Denver, with Adams County, to discuss what are some of the options that we can employ. How can we think outside the box? Well, it's important that Shannon and her team continues to do the inspections and we continue to do enforcement actions. We need to find out ways to go beyond that to really meet the needs of the citizens and improve the performance of that. So, I'm going to open it up for questions and then also your thoughts. I think that this is an all hands on deck facility. We need to all be engaged in how we improve things at the facility. We certainly need to engage the community. We need to engage all the local governments in figuring out how do we get to that next level and really achieve a more satisfactory state with respect to compliance with the air quality requirements of the facility.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you a lot for being here tonight. It's been a critical issue to us ever since December of 2019 when the yellow stuff spewed from the sky. We had a motion that week. It was the first week for some of us on City Council, and we voted to have a report on Suncor emissions at every meeting. That began in July of that year and has continued since, although tonight apparently we're having you guys instead of a report on their emissions. The emissions, the exceedances that is, have occurred every single month. Every single month there have been exceedances. So we know they're allowed to pollute up to a certain amount, and then when they go beyond that amount, then that's considered an exceedance. I'm curious, given the compliance order in August of 2021 for the violations from July 2019 through June 2020, do you plan to address violations that have occurred since June 2020? And if so, when will that occur?
I can speak to that. That would occur after this settlement that we're working on right now is completed. The 2021 inspection is completed and an internal review at this time. So certainly if there's any violations that occurred after June of 2020, which I believe there are, that would be something that we would address and shift to addressing once we complete this settlement that we're working on right now.
And I actually wanted to preface my comments by honoring, it's sort of like the old guard in Commerce City. And decades ago, I know they take great pride in the fact that they won the refinery from Denver. And at that time, Commerce City was a much smaller city, so the revenue from the refinery made a big difference for this city in order to, for the city to grow. And I know they take a lot of pride in that. But it's probably the same pride that people had when the arsenal was built on Quebec and was operating as well. And we've since learned, of course, that there are issues with the arsenal that had to be addressed as well. So things change over time. You know, we all become more educated. At the same time, people live in the area as well and are affected. And we hear about that a lot from the residents in Commerce City who are suffering things like asthma, certain cancers, migraines, vertigo, all sorts of different ailments. And that has to be a concern, of course, to all of us on the City Council. I'm wondering about the role of the Environmental Justice Program of the state, that initiative, and how that plays into APCD.
Sorry, I think we're wondering which of us is going to take that. I didn't know if you wanted to take that, Michael. You know, certainly it's an important aspect of the work that we do. You know, we've recently got an environmental justice program. We used to handle these issues sort of with existing staff without dedicated resources. And I think one of the real advances of this administration on the air quality front and the environmental front is developing some dedicated resources to address environmental justice. And so we currently have a couple of employees who work on those issues. They advise us and help us a lot in our outreach to community, in identifying ways that we can better serve them. They're also growing, which is going to increase their capabilities. But it's certainly an integral part of our work going forward in figuring out how to better interact with the communities and really better serve the community, you know, understand what their needs are, and then how we can best meet that. And so, you know, as I was talking about being open to dialogue, I think that's part of that whole process, that we need to be more open. You know, we can't continue to do things that the way we've always done them in the past. We need to be better. And part of that is really dedicating time and significant resources to the environmental justice aspect of this whole issue.
Thank you very much, Gary. And as you might imagine, and I had mentioned this before, we have been having reports on this for the past year and a half, 18 months or more. And so as a primary stakeholder in this matter, we are interested in taking a more hands-on approach with the refinery, including establishing a direct line of contact with Cdphe about the refinery. How do you envision that working?
Well, we have started to have some very preliminary discussions. You know, we've had several with Adams County, and I believe that one or two there may have been representatives from Commerce City. I think we're really at the very beginning of that process, and you know, we don't have a predetermined notion of exactly what that looks like. But I think in the coming months, it's a lot more dialogue to figure out. One, to start with, how are we going to handle this, and how are we going to interact, and then really getting into the substantive work of how do we identify the standards that we want to meet, and strategies that we may want to employ. So I think we're at the very beginning of that process. I don't know how it looks because we've never really had something like this in the context of compliance oversight. Certainly we do a a lot of stakeholdering work when we're developing new regulations, and we know what that looks like and what that may entail. This is a very new approach for us to take in the context of oversight of existing regulations. So, I think we're going to learn as we go along, and then hopefully get a lot of input from the local governments as well as community members and other interested stakeholders.
Great, thank you. And I know other council members have questions too, so I'll stop at this point. Thank you.
Anybody else on council? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Huseman. So Gary, you mentioned that you're looking beyond enforcement actions as far as serving the community. Do you have any idea what those plans look like to do that? And in understanding that there are health impacts that our citizens are suffering, and how do we go about recognizing and acknowledging those health impacts and then doing something about that?
Sure, that, it's a great question, and there's a lot of aspects to that. I think part of that is better dialogue and communicating with the community. So that's certainly one aspect and a key component of the environmental justice work that we'll be doing. Another aspect of that is certainly a lot of enhanced monitoring and additional monitoring in the neighborhoods around the refinery. And it's not just the refinery, there's other pollution sources. Certainly the two highways are significant sources of a number of harmful pollutants. We definitely have seen an increase in the monitoring. The work that is being funded through one of the supplemental environmental projects being spearheaded by Cultivando is going to provide a lot of great data and understanding what some of the risks are and what some of the exposures are. So that's another aspect of it. One aspect is making sure that they comply better with their existing limits. There are a lot of stringent limits applicable to the refinery, and rightly so. Refineries are large sources of air pollution. So getting better compliance is one aspect of that, and that's what we're focused on today. And then really the last aspect is, are there additional things that can be done in terms of additional standards, additional requirements that could be applied to not just the refinery, but other sources in the area that will reduce the permitted emissions, not just make sure that they're complying with their limits, but also finding ways. So, those are all aspects of it. There's a lot of sub-aspects as you get into it. A lot of that's around communication, but then there's a lot of technical assessment and identifying what are the problems, what are the largest sources, are there things that can be done to reduce those emissions from those largest sources? Are there things that can be done to ensure better compliance? And that gets into a lot of detail, which takes a lot of smart people with a whole lot of technical understanding of how refineries work and how you best control the pollution from them. So it's, I don't want to make it sound like it's an easy job. We'll just roll out a plan, and then in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, we're going to have immediate improvements, because it's a long, hard slog. To really get at something as complicated as the refinery with so many different pollution sources.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, first off, I want to congratulate Mr. Ogletree on your appointment to the director position. And I just thought it'd be fitting to throw this question out to you, and just to see, what you'd like to see from the Cdphe and the air monitoring program under your leadership.
Yeah, thank you for the question. For me, a lot of the work I did in Denver was around better communication of complex air quality information to communities, as well as kind of working closely with those communities to receive feedback and implement programs that very specifically meet their needs. We've changed, even since I've started the short 2 months, changed the way we've done the community outreach and engagement, where we've created more open lines of communication, where it's not just one-way communication and through presentations, and not just communication one way back where we just sit there and listen, but rather providing dialogues and responding and interacting with communities because I feel like we could have more open and transparent dialogue where we can actually find ways to better inform and better educate communities on, all of these complex air quality challenges.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think, we can definitely appreciate the complexity of being neighbors with Suncor. I've lived in the neighborhood for 30 years and I live less than a mile away from Suncor. So, growing up, you would get excited about driving by all the lights and seeing the flares. And as, we learned more about it, it became a little bit, a little bit less of a show and, more concerning, and that we started learning of the exceedances that kind of seem to be a regular occurrence. So I guess, what can the Cdphe do, or how can they make sure that performance improves to where this isn't such a regular occurrence and they're, sticking to their permits?
I'll probably defer to Gary or Shannon, and specifically, what can be done.
And it's a great question, and it's the $1 million question or $1 billion question, whatever it is with inflation. And I don't know that we have an easy answer. In some facilities that have sort of persistent non-compliance, it's one thing, and maybe it's a particular control device that's not working well, or a particular process that needs to be changed in a fundamental way. At this facility, it's a myriad of different things, and they all present their own unique challenges and their own solutions. And there's not necessarily an easy answer to it. It's not simply a question of just saying they need to do better. Which is why I think we really need to start to look at these non-traditional tools like the root cause analysis that we employed for the last settlement agreement, which our hope is what came out of that was a physical change at the refinery and an operational change, which we are hopeful is going to prevent any more of those large orange yellow clouds that are so alarming to people. But that's one set of violations, and so we need to find those solutions for each of those units. And it's not just a matter of slapping on a control at the end of the pipe. I mean, they're well controlled. They need to eliminate those excursions from the normal operations. And so there's no one single answer. It's all going to be dependent on the particular process, and we need to learn it. Shannon's group has got a lot of expertise in air pollution laws, but they're by no means refinery engineers. And when you're talking about things that are as specific as how they run those processes, that takes a lot of digging. So, we need to continue to do that digging. We need to hold them accountable, and then rely on some of these more creative solutions as part of the settlement agreements, and then also rely on additional expertise. I think some of the conversations we've had with the local governments is, we need some people who really understand in depth, exactly how refineries work and how they're engineered, and how they're built, to understand, okay, now what can be done, beyond just, identifying the violation and then penalizing them to the extent of our authority. We need to find engineering and process solutions for that. And that's going to take the company. It's going to take, like I said, it's an all hands on deck process, and not necessarily an easy one that's going to happen overnight.
And another question, in the past, we've relied a lot on self-reporting. Is that still something that Cdphe relies heavily on, or is there more tools that Cdphe is relying on?
Shannon, do you want to take that one?
Sure, council member. It's a mix. So Suncor, as a Title V facility subject to the Title V operating permit requirements, is required to submit reports every 6 months with reporting any deviations that they have under that permit. And so that is actually a really effective tool for getting the source to look at every single requirement they have under that permit and ensure whether or not they're in or out of compliance and report any issues to the regulatory agency. Then the division's role in that context is to verify all that information. So we don't take them at face value about that only what they self-reported are the only issues. And we always delve deeper into verify the details, the duration, the number of excursions, and then really dig deeper into the reasons why those exceedances or violations may have occurred. You know, it's a good thing too that Suncor has so many continuous emissions monitors. They have way more monitors continually measuring their emissions from a large number of their emission units at that facility than any other facility in the state. And so we have good data about what's coming out of the stack for certain pollutants and emission points at Suncor. But we're also, again, requiring testing to be done on a regular basis and inspecting them, gathering records, looking at equipment, looking at operating parameters. And so it really is a mix of both the division inspectors kind of digging into issues and investigating issues to ensure compliance, and also then evaluating the information that Suncor is required to report.
And then I guess my final question is, you know, we all know this is the only refinery in the state of Colorado. And so under those permits, you know, is that ever something that comes across Cdphe where they would pull a permit if exceedances got to a certain level, or, you know, became a recurring issue?
I think Shannon's looking at me for that. You know, our authority to kind of pull permits or shut down facilities, you know, it has certain statutory limits on that, and there's different mechanisms. There's a set of authorities that if there's an air pollution emergency that might justify a shutdown. You know, I can say historically that's not been the practice of the Air Division, is that you know, we work hard to make sure that we've got a stringent set of requirements for significant air pollution sources, and then we work hard to try and ensure that those sources comply with those requirements. You know, short of looking to shut down a facility, which obviously carries, you know, a whole bunch of issues, a lot of which I'm not really qualified to talk about. You know, there's a lot of competing concerns associated with something like that, and it really hasn't been typically the practice of the state to go down that road, but rather to try and bring facilities back into compliance. Not to say that it couldn't be done under the appropriate circumstances, but that would not be a usual practice, at least historically.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for tonight's presentation. I've lived my entire life less than 2 miles from Suncor, and just have a few questions, because one concern that I always struggle with and don't know how to even answer to my residents is if you know they are in violations, possibly even state and federal law violations, how do you answer someone when they ask why is it taking so long to get them to comply? You know, because living in Commerce City, we have, you know, code enforcements that have to be done as well, and then they give them a certain amount of time, and this seems like it's going on for years and years. So how do you know, why is it taking them so long to get in compliance?
Well, you know, it's sort of the nature of the issues that they have there. It's not a continual non-compliance with any of these requirements. And in fact, even when we cite them for a lot of things, the vast majority of the time, those units are in compliance with the limits. They have occasional excursions, and then they bring it back into compliance with the limit. So it's not an ongoing thing. It's an intermittent thing that continues to occur. So, why does it continue to occur? It really gets back to some of the discussion about how do we, ensure that their operations are proper and that the engineering's right, that the process they put in place, and that's a complicated thing. Our practice and our usual enforcement strategy is we identify the instances of noncompliance. We assess penalties appropriately dependent on our statutory authority, and then rely on the source then to fix the problem. In all or virtually all cases, that works. Sources figure out they don't like to get penalized. They figure out what do they need to do. In this case, we haven't seen that. And while these units aren't a continual noncompliance, they do come back into compliance, and when we settle these cases, they continue to have in the future additional exceedances. So it's more of an intermittent nature, and then figuring out how do you eliminate those things. It's not just eliminating it once; it's making sure that it doesn't reoccur. So that's the challenge.
Okay, because I also used to be a surveyor for Cdphe. So do you guys see in the future some type of possible surveying system for Suncor to where every so often they are being surveyed to make sure occurrences don't occur, and instead of waiting until something happens? That seems to be the issue. We wait until something happens and then we get them in compliance. But is there some type of survey predicted in the future or something to make sure they're being watched before something does happen?
Well, as Shannon alluded to, there's continual monitoring of a lot of the significant emission sources. So, it's not quite a individual survey, but it is continuous monitoring to assess compliance. And like I said, most of the time these units are, the vast majority of the time, but we're looking for 100%, not most of the time. So I think that one of the things that we're discussing is while we currently have an inspector who I don't think he's officially assigned 100% to Suncor. I think as a practical matter, that's what he spends virtually all his time on. The question arises, is there additional resources in terms of inspections for the refinery in the area? So I think that's one of the ongoing dialogues that we're having. And it looks like Michael might be looking to weigh in on that one as well.
So then to clarify my question, there's not a set schedule then for surveying or inspecting the premises? You guys wait until something happens, or?
No, we inspect every year. So the inspector assigned to the facility does a thorough inspection every year, which includes both, looking at the facility itself, site visits, and then also reviewing records.
All right, and then last question, as part of this inspection, is there any health data related to the non-compliances available for the residents? And has Cdphe taken anything to affect if anything was discovered? What are they doing to address the health issues and concerns that may affect the residents that live near the areas?
Yeah, it's a great question, and ultimately, all of what we do, we focus very much on sort of making sure they're complying with the rules, and then reducing emissions and having strategies, to control emissions. It's all done in the service of trying to protect people's health. It is a very complex question and a difficult one to answer. What does a particular amount of pollution affect a particular resident? But we do, when there's exceedances of significance, we do look at some of the data. We've got a number of monitors in the area to see if they exceed health-based standards. But frankly, there needs to be more monitoring done. And, I mentioned earlier that there is some additional monitoring that's coming on in the neighborhood. And I think we're committed to doing additional monitoring. And that will really help us see not what's coming out of the plant, but what's the air looking like we're breathing in the neighborhood. Some of the monitoring that we've done, and I think it's just incomplete at best, we haven't seen levels from, for example, we deployed our mobile van out there, and I don't have the exact little northeast of the refinery. We didn't see levels that were concerning, but that was a short period of time in one particular location, and that's that's not the only location people are. We need to find out what are levels across the neighborhood. So I think we do some of that work, but I don't think at this point we do enough. And that's one of the things that we need to do is improve the monitoring so we can better understand what the exposures are.
So if you don't think you're doing quite enough, are you guys, can you look into that something does be added? And then also, I was a young little girl when the plant blew up, so I'm just curious, in the plan also with Cdphe, is there a protective safety plan in place also on the health department level for residents if another occurrence like when it blew up before? Is there a plan in place with Cdphe as well to protect the residents in that surrounding area and Commerce City?
I think Shannon may have a little more information around that.
I have a little more, but I'm not sure if I can fully answer the question, council member. But under the Clean Air Act, there's a program called the Accidental Release Program that was created largely because of issues like the explosion that happened during your childhood. The Federal Environmental Protection Agency oversees that program nationally. They have not delegated that authority to any of the states. So there is a plan in place with respect to a significant explosion or release under the Clean Air Act that's monitored and implemented under EPA's purview. But I would imagine first responders and local safety agencies, the fire department and things like that also would have programs in place. There may be other things at Cdphe, but those are the things that I'm aware of. So I don't know if Michael or Gary, if you have other thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you so much. You mentioned inspectors, that you don't have a full-time inspector, and we're actually interested in seeking state funds to create a city inspector. And we wonder if you think that even though the provisions of the 2515-301 statute applies to hazardous waste, do you think that would work for us using that statute?
And I don't know the answer to that. I think that and I didn't write it down. I think I just very recently looked at that statute. It doesn't necessarily apply to the Air Division, but I've got to confess I'm not an expert in it. I think somebody else brought it up recently, and I had no idea that it was in our environmental statute. It's not something that we've dealt with. I do think that certainly as we move forward and talk about, how can we work together, resources is one of those questions. The work doesn't get done without people dedicated to it. And so I think some of the dialogue we all need to have who have an interest in getting better compliance in the facility is how do we pay for that?
That's for sure. And speaking, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all I have to say. Money makes it work, and I think we certainly are aware of that. We're looking at more resources through the legislature, but we can spend what they give us, and as Shannon alluded to, we do on a percentage-wise, we dedicate quite a bit of resources to the refinery. I think we also recognize that it's not enough, that we need to do more because we're not getting the results that we all want.
Thank you. And we're actually interested in seeing how we can have more authority in this whole issue. So we have the Local Government Land Use Control Enabling Act gives counties and municipalities the authority to plan for and regulate the use of land within their jurisdictions. Do you think that the city, if the city were to use that authority granted thereunder, would we exert greater control over operations at the Suncor refinery?
Well, I am definitely not a land use expert, so I don't know that I would be the one to answer that. Shannon and Michael can speak up, but I'm pretty certain they may not be land use experts as well. I will say that there are provisions in the Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act that allows local jurisdictions to adopt their own regulations, provided that they're not less stringent than the state regulations. So there are additional authorities within that act, and I know that certain jurisdictions have adopted their own local regulations. A lot of that's been around oil and gas, but certainly that's not the only area that a local government could employ that authority to use.
Which brings me to SB 19181. And what about using the authority in 181 to exert more authority?
And I'm familiar with that more because I'm familiar with the provisions that apply directly to the Air Division and the Air Commission. That's certainly part of the provisions governing the COGCC, and I'm not familiar enough to know whether that could be applied to the refinery, but certainly it did provide additional authority in response to findings that local jurisdictions were prohibited from having their own regulations in the context of oil and gas development. I don't know, never have looked into whether that might be stretched enough to apply to the refinery, but as I said, there certainly is local government authority under the Clean Air Act in Colorado.
Well, thank you. And after Suncor has been fined a few $100,000 here and there over the time, and yet this last one was $16 million. And while I think they could have afforded more personally, I really do appreciate that that the state took this action, and we really do appreciate that. My final question is, can you assure Commerce City residents that it's safe to live within 1 mile of the refinery, 2 miles of the refinery, 3 miles of the refinery? Where is it safe?
And I would probably defer to our public health folks on that, and I can certainly put that question. It's a tough question, just as more of a health layperson. As I said, everybody sort of reacts differently to different exposures. A lot of the issues associated with air pollution are not the kind of immediate issues, an acute response to a particular concentration. It's the long-term exposure. I mean, really the chronic exposure to pollutants is what sort of drives a lot of the health impacts. But the chronic exposure is something that's going on over years and years and years. And I know that the health professionals who study this, it's a very challenging question for them to come at, and there's years and years of research aggregating lots of different data to identify what are safe levels. And so, I can tell you, speaking right here, that the levels anywhere are safe for all people, depending on their particular circumstances. We need to work to clean up the air as much as we can. But air pollution is not good for you. That's why we have these rules. So I think if we could probably have one of our health professionals provide a much better and thorough answer than I can right here, but I can let you know it's not an easy question. And I would love to be able to come and tell everybody there's not any issues associated with air pollution in the neighborhood, but I don't think that's the case. there's a lot of pollution sources there, and while it's hard to pinpoint the exact impact on any one person, cumulatively across the area, air pollution is a bad thing for the residents, and it's not just this area. I mean, it's other areas. I mean, we face high pollution across a lot of areas in Denver with our ozone pollution, and clearly, that needs to get better. And so we just need to keep working away on reducing the emissions from the sources that we can. So it is a challenge. I don't know that there's any totally safe levels of any of this stuff. The air is cleaner now than it used to be in 20 years ago, 25 years ago, but I don't think quite where we want it to be. We want to continue to make improvement and make it safer and safer as we move forward.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for CDPHE? Seeing none, we thank all of you for your time this evening, for coming out and giving us the opportunity to ask these questions, and for your continued work on behalf of our residents as well as all the residents of Colorado. So thank you very much. We will move on now to our road impact fees presentation and our drain impact fees presentation. We'll invite Brent Soderlin, city engineer, to introduce the presentations.
All right. Dylan, can everyone see my screen?
We can, yes, Brent.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Tonight, I will be presenting an update on our road impact fee and recommended revisions. Helping tonight is Jennifer Carpenter with Michael Baker. Michael Baker helped put together the road impact fee study. So as an overview, we'll be covering the purpose and need, the study area, application of the fee, future roadway network, analysis, adoptions for adopting the fee, our development outreach, and answering any questions. The city is developing rapidly, and the road impact fee has not been updated since the year 2000. The road impact fees are based upon older and now outdated construction costs and trip generation numbers. Just based on CDOT's 3.5% inflation growth rate, that's an increase of 208% in construction costs since 2000. The city needs to update our road impact fees to help fund capital projects to accommodate increased capacity on our roadways for our new development. Just as a quick overview, our current fund balance versus our capital needs, we have roughly 3.1 million in collected road impact fees and a capital need of 633 million, which leaves us a shortfall of 630 million. The current road impact fee is broken out into 3 zones. Zone 1 is west of Highway 2 to the South Platte River. Zone 2 is between Highway 2 and Piccadilly, and Zone 3 is Piccadilly east to Watkins Road. The road impact fees collected in each zone must be spent in that zone. This exhibit represents the study area for the core part of the city, which is roughly 80th Avenue to the north and 48th Avenue to the south, South Platte River to the west, and the Rocky Mountain Arsenal to the east. So the application of the fees, the road impact fees are only used to fund arterial roadways and only include projects that will add capacity to the arterial roadways. For example, 104th Avenue, it would only be used to expand from 4 to 6 lanes. It includes bridges and culverts. It would be credited back to developers that built capacity improvements on our arterial roadways. And this is a one-time fee paid at building permit. This slide shows our future arterial streets. Our principal streets, which are 6-lane roads, include 104th Avenue, Tower, High Plains Parkway, Highway 2, and 120th. Our minor arterials, which are 4-lane roads, are 88th Avenue, 96th Avenue, and then several future roads east of E470. Our multimodal arterials include Brighton Road, 112th Avenue, Peoria, and Potomac Street. Principal arterials in the core city are Quebec Parkway and Highway 2. Minor arterials are 72nd and 56th Avenue. Brighton Boulevard and 74th Avenue are CDOT highways. So we anticipate residential build out in 2056. As I mentioned before, the cost to build out all of our arterials is roughly $633 million. And that's based on 2021 construction costs. There's no construction cost escalator in our current fees. It includes road widening to accommodate future development. As I said before, we have roughly $3 million in road impact fees that we've collected, and we have a $630 million shortfall. This table shows our current fees compared to fees needed to build our arterials. And so we really just grabbed a few land uses from the study and just showed some examples of the current fee versus the fee need to build out. So for a single family detached, we can see our current fee is $1,181. Our proposed fee would be roughly $4,800. For a warehouse, per 1,000 square foot, our current fee is $595, and our build-out fee is $915. For general office, our current fee is roughly $1,700. Our build-out fee would be $5,600. Down towards the bottom, example would be a fast food restaurant. Per 1,000 square feet right now, our current fee is roughly $4,900. And our build-out fee would be $40,000. And here are 4 examples of what we are currently collecting versus what an updated build-out fee would cost. As you can see, the single-family fee goes up roughly 4 times the current fee. For example, the shopping center goes up roughly 2.5 times the current fee. Fast food jumps about 8 times the current fee, and the warehouse is roughly double. The core city doesn't currently have any fees, so the table at the bottom really just shows what some typical fees would be if we started collecting fees in the core city. This table just shows a typical property tax bill for a house in the Northern Range. It's based on a property value of roughly $500,000. It's also based on 2022 mill levies. The current road impact fee would be roughly $1,181 for a single family home. So the current impact fee annualized over 30 years is approximately $40 per year. The proposed road impact fee would be roughly $4,800 for a single family home. And so that fee annualized over 30 years would be roughly $160 per year. So the proposed impact fee would be an additional $120 per year over 30 years. This table shows a typical property tax bill for a large warehouse in the Northern Range. And this is also based on 2022 mill levies. So the current road impact fee for a 250,000 square foot warehouse would be roughly 150,000. So that current fee annualized over 30 years is roughly $5,000 per year. The proposed road impact fee would be roughly 230,000 for a 250,000 square foot warehouse site. And that fee annualized over 30 years would be roughly $7,600 per year. So the proposed impact fee would be an additional $2,665 per year over 30 years. I'm going to turn the next few slides over to Jennifer.
Thanks, Brent. All right, so this slide, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. This slide shows a comparison of the proposed fees down at the bottom and other city fees in the area. So the Commerce City fee for single family and multifamily residential housing falls generally within the middle of the range when compared to other cities. Some cities don't have a specific fee for warehouses, so the industrial fee in those cases is used, and you'll see where that's noted in the table. When compared to those fees, those that do not have a warehouse fee, Commerce City's fee, when compared to those who do have a warehouse fee, Commerce City's fee is lower than the surrounding cities. And just want to point out that the city of Aurora, the reason there's an NA for warehouse is that they only charge fees for single family and multifamily residential, not for any commercial. Next slide. So this table shows a comparison of the current and proposed fees with adjacent counties in the area. And again, the fees fall within the generally within the same ranges as the cities. A couple things to point out: where you see a range for single family or multifamily residential, the reason for that is that these different counties and cities charge a varying fee based on the size of the dwelling unit. Next slide. So this table shows a list of the of Public Works' top 10 priority roadway projects based on their understanding of the needs for roadways in the area and where development is occurring. We'd like to note, though, that the comprehensive plan and associated transportation plan update is currently being updated, and the final list of priority projects could change based on analysis and public input during that process. Next slide. So we have 4 options for adopting the proposed road impact fees. Option 1 is to adopt the entire road impact fee with no phasing. Adoption 2 is to phase the road impact fee over time. Option 3 is an alternative option to phase over time. And option 4 is to phase the road impact fee through the development process. Staff would suggest that any updated fees include an escalator based on the construction cost index that would be adjusted annually starting in 2024. Next slide. All right, so option 1 again is adopting the full road impact fees without phasing, and just the single family fee would increase by about 4 times. Commercial is generally charged based on 1,000 square feet. There's a couple exceptions for that: hotel and I want to say car wash, or a couple that are not based off of 1,000 square feet, but the majority are. Shopping center is roughly 2.5 times increase over the current fee. Fast food increases by 8 times, warehouse by 2 times. And just as a reminder, there are no fees in the core city today, but the typical fees in the core city are shown at the bottom of this table. Next slide. So option 2 shows phasing of 5% in March 2022. And then in July, there would be an additional 35% increase in the fee. October would be another 35%, and then the full fee would be obtained starting January 1, 2023. Next slide. Option 3 is essentially consistent phasing over time. You would generally raise the fee by 20% every 3 months until you get to the full fee in April of 2023. Next slide. And the final option would be phasing the fee through the development process. So we would collect 25% at building permit, 50% at certificate of occupancy, and then 25% a year after certificate of occupancy, and that final 25% would be secured with a letter of credit. And I will turn it back over to Brent to talk about outreach.
Sure, I just wanted to let City Council know that I did present the road impact fee to our development community at our December 9th developer and construction stakeholder meeting. And the developers' comments included they would like to see the impact fee phased over 3 to 5 years versus 1 year. They would like to incorporate the construction costs escalator every 2 to 3 years versus every year. There were some concerns expressed if it would still be affordable to build houses if we increase the fees, and that collection of fees through the development process would be too complicated. And at this time, we're open to take questions or further discussion.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, thank you for the update on the presentation. I did have a couple questions that I think need to be clarified in the presentation. So I'll just ask a couple at once because they all pertain to each other. So how's that $633 million calculated? Is that everything that just the city is responsible for? Because earlier tonight we heard about the demands on the land development code that come with arterial build out. And if that is just for what the city is responsible for, how many miles of roadway is that?
Jennifer, do you happen to have that information?
I can pull up the total road miles. That total amount is the cost for the roadway widening that was included in the report. So it's all of the arterials within the northern range that require widening. So again, it's only capacity building projects, not any kind of resurfacing or anything like that, but widening to add capacity to the existing roadway network. And if you want to give me just a minute, I can go and look up the number for total lane miles.
Sure,
I just Councilmember Hurst, I'll answer the other piece of that question. So if a developer were to build out the capacity improvements on a roadway, then they would be reimbursed their road impact fee. So if they paid in to the road impact fee fund, they could be reimbursed by that fund.
Yeah, I completely understand. It seems an incredible amount of cost per mile by how I calculate the amount of mileage that we have in the city for that type of expansion work. And that's why I was really trying to get down is it everything that we are responsible for as a city, or is that combined with what will be put on the developers as growth happens? Again, I think we do charge too little. I think we do need to get with the times, if you will. We're 22 years behind this fee schedule, but I do want to put it in perspective as we hear so often and heard even tonight that we want resident services available in this city. And if you look at State House, which is the most recent sit-down restaurant built here, their impact fee would have gone from, it's 3,500 square feet, it would have gone from $11,637 to $95,000 just to develop that same property. If you look at King Supers, which is $125,000 roughly, they paid $393,354 to develop that. Just the King Supers, not necessarily all the buildings around it. By the new fee schedule, they would be paying $1.284 million for that same development. So as we're, asking, maybe even begging for new development to come here. That's what we're presenting them. Again, this is not me saying I don't believe that we need to increase our fees. It's just putting it into perspective about the message that we send simultaneous. It is, it would take me a few more minutes to do the math on all of these, but quite honestly, I'm just trying to add the perspective of what a one-year transition looks like. If you started the process of getting approvals 3 months ago, and it takes the amount of time that is standard to get an approval process done, you know, you could be looking at a $900,000 increase for a new grocery store in that time frame. When you're building your capital stack, that is a tough thing to plan for, and so it is a moving target that we all have to recognize that we're putting in front of folks. It's not that we shouldn't. It's just when we're asking for development tomorrow, this is what we're presenting.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. But I'm just curious, we always talk about Commerce City being one city, but now we see an example of different impact fees. So I'm just curious, has staff looked into the possibility of having like one set fee for all of Commerce City? Because like on example on slide 14, like for the city of Aurora and Denver, it doesn't say Aurora North and Aurora South, or it doesn't say Denver North, Denver South. So has the city staff looked into having one set fee?
Would you like me to take that, Brent?
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay. So thank you for the question. The original update that was done to the road impact fee was based on the previous impact fee that had been prepared. And so that road impact fee from 2000 was only included the northern range. And as we have had different meetings with all of you, there have been questions that have come up, and one of those questions happened to be, well, what about the core city? And shouldn't we charge a fee in the core city? There are some pretty significant differences between the northern range and the core city. The core city is much older, it's much more dense, and the northern range requires that people drive further. It's more suburban in nature. And so that's why you'll see that the fees are very different in those two areas. There's a lot less, a lot fewer lane miles of additional roadway that needs to also be built in the core city. The majority of the core city is built out. And so I would say that there is, in this case, it makes sense to have two different fees because they're two areas that are very different in nature. And in addition to that, I just want to point out that, as was already mentioned today, when you raise fees, you're going to incentivize development in certain areas. And so it's possible that you could incentivize more development or redevelopment in the core city than out in the northern range by having the lower fees there. So you can look at that, whether you prefer that or not. That is one of the pros to having a lower fee in the core city.
Brent and Jennifer, this is Joe Wilson. Just as a point of clarification in case there might be some confusion. Initially, as was presented in the northern range, there were 3 areas that were depicted. And so generally speaking, you end up having to apply the fees you collected in the areas where you collected them. In a relatively, I think in one of the iterations where we provided this presentation to City Council, the suggestion was made to treat that all as one monolithic area. So these new numbers treat that as one monolithic area, and the core city, because of the differences, the significant differences, that was treated as a separate monolithic area. So we did, in essence, take the 3 areas and combine them into one on the northern, so we end up with just one area with a similar price across the northern range. And And then the second area at the core city has a separate and distinct fee profile.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, this is, it's a difficult, issue that we have to address because we are, in dire need of, the impact fees to develop our roadways that, they're just so far behind the development. But, when you look at it on a per house basis and you look at it in conjunction with the presentation that we're going to look at after this, and you're talking about $120 a year of additional fees per home, but then you add the $67 on the drainage impact fees, and now you're talking $187 a year, and then you got to look into what the taxes already are, on a home, and you're talking $7,500. So at the end of the day, you're at $7,700, which means, $640 every month from your mortgage is going to pay fees and property tax. And that's tough. So I guess, Craig asked a great question about where that dollar value came from, the roadways that need to be built. A lot of it kind of feels like we have roads or developments that are already there that these arterials are going to be supporting, and we're kind of dumping the impact fee on the rest of the city that hasn't been developed yet. So how do we, balance that out with the existing development that already occurred and the development that has yet to occur that's going to bear the brunt of these impact fees?
Councilmember Noble.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for an answer to my question.
Sure, I can respond to that. So the difference in this case is that you have the established core city where the roads are built out, the development is almost entirely built out, and you have developers that want to build in areas that are not yet developed, and they're further away from existing services, commercial and office uses. And so when it comes down to land use, and when you have land use that's more spread out, it's going to cost more because you need more roads, you need longer water lines, you need you need more facilities to accommodate those new developments. And so I promise you that developers are not this is not new territory for them. Sorry, drew a blank there. This is not new territory for them, and they understand that when they want to build out in a greenfield area, that it's going to cost them more money. As we showed, the fees in comparable cities are some are higher, some are lower than what are being proposed today, and they know that building new roads is required to get people out to their development. So I guess that's the biggest difference.
I guess, my question was more in regards to the same area. So, talking apples to apples, the developments that already exist up north versus the land that hasn't been developed yet that's going to bear the brunt of these impact fees. Is there some sort of balance, where they're maybe not going to need to borrow as much in their metro districts, or is this just going to be in addition to the mill levies that people are already experiencing in these new developments.
So to respond to that, I would say that it would be on the new developers, and the reason for that is that the fee hasn't been updated in 20 years. So had there been an escalator, as staff is proposing today, every year, then you don't run into a situation like this where everything gets put on the people who are coming in towards the end. And so the sooner that a fee is adopted, the more people will be around to help pay for it, and the impact will be less for each. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it answers the question logistically, but still, tough to swallow.
Councilmember Noble.
Excuse me, Mayor, did Mr. Rogers want to address something before I ask my questions?
Yes, ma'am. I actually had a question for Councilmember Madera and maybe a response that maybe answers it more directly. So what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, sir, is will this, with respect to existing development versus new development and the payment of the impact fee, is there an opportunity, and like I said, I may have misheard this, of that fee being a part of a metro district mill levy that ultimately then gets placed back as a burden on existing residents?
I'm not sure if that's what I was getting at, but it does seem like a lot of these roadways are going to be providing benefit to existing residents, but the impact fee is only going to affect new development. So, where's the balance? Like, do these improvements and that these impact fees will bring, are these things that are going to be taken care of by the city that won't have to be included in future metro districts that perhaps can reduce, that obligation for future residents?
Great question. Thank you for that clarifier. Yes, there's a checks and balances. The improvements will be paid for one way or the other, whether that's through developer contributions and what's been, I'll call it the systematic approach with the use of metro districts, and or through an increase in impact fees or unilaterally through our capital improvement project programs. And the reason why I said that if you increase the impact fees, that's going to be paid at the time of a building permit, which will be in an equal amount to the impact that's being driven by that development. That you would then assume that based on that impact fee payment, that would then be able to offset the cost of the local municipality of being able to construct said improvement, therefore lessening burden on a metro district than having to assign it within its mill levy. There is the, as opposed to paying for the impact fee, the developer may want to choose to build said roadway through the metro district, which obviously then would receive a credit of that impact fee because they're building and constructing said roadway. Or leveraging our capital improvement program where we have certain funding that would then be a blend of the impact fees and or other resources. Either way, there will be some form of payment that will come from the city or the community towards that in a different sense. I remember there was a comment made about with impact fees, will that impact fee in some form be passed through to residents? Quite possibly, not necessarily dollar for dollar, but there is some assignment or pass through that will be experienced by our residents. But once again, those residents will have a burden or place a burden on our infrastructure. So the reason why I make that statement is it's going to be felt one way or another throughout our community. But I would say the impact fees are probably one of the more direct ways of being able to mitigate that impact that new development has or will create on that increased burden of our roadway system.
Have we made a pro forma, or do we have a long-range plan of how these impact fees are going to be invested and the projects that they'll fund, and have timelines for those?
I'm going to look to Brent to see if they've begun any discussions, and I'll probably say we didn't want to maybe be too assumptive until we kind of know what the approach is, option 1, 2, or 3, to determine what that actually looks like from an actual capital improvement program. But Brent, you may have had some early thinkings on that.
Well, I don't think we really looked at, I guess, the long-term pro forma. I mean, we do have a list of all the projects that we need to build. Obviously, we have our top 10, which are our immediate need in the northern range. So I guess that's the answer. We haven't really looked at it thoroughly yet.
Can we investigate that? Try to build out a model of how these impact fees are going to be collected based off of our projections for build out, and then start planning projects accordingly.
I think there will likely be an opportunity sometime in the near future to, I guess, have that conversation. The comprehensive plan has the master transportation plan within it that is currently being updated through the city. And that is typically where the list of priority projects is identified. So I would say maybe keep an eye out for that. I don't know if anybody here knows dates as to when that would come back. It's likely in the planning department, but I would maybe point you towards that as an opportunity to try and prioritize those projects and have council chime in on that as well.
Yeah, Jennifer, this is Joe Wilson again. To piggyback on what you're saying, I think the protocol or the order in which these projects are accomplished is going to be dependent upon that plan and how that development is proposed to be staged over time. So if the plan projects that certain areas are going to be developed first or certain swatches of property, then clearly that those projects would have that, have the priority versus doing these all in mass, if you will. So we can make a generic projection of that, but not knowing what that future planning document will look like, that would be largely conjecture at this stage until we kind of bifurcate and segment those parts of the development so that we can actually get a more specific order in which these projects need to occur.
And keying off of what Mr. Wilson was just saying, on slide 17 of the presentation, there's projects that are listed, but it's pretty tough to predict which project is going to be needed first, just from the standpoint of not knowing which developments are going to occur when, and even within the development, what the sequencing will be and their phasing plans. So it gets pretty dicey trying to, project in terms of a timeline of when projects will be necessary, one versus another.
Councilmember Noble.
I am alarmed at the distribution because it's the very things that residents have been saying that they want on a per square foot basis. It's shopping centers, sit-down restaurant, daycare center, et cetera, have the highest impact fees. And on the other hand, light industrial and warehouse have among the lowest. We don't need more industrial and warehouses right now. There's still plenty of space to be filled in the warehouses that we do have. We just saw a map earlier this evening that indicated that. And in fact, that map doesn't show some of the construction that is going on right now or planned for like 104th and Highway 2 on both sides of 104th and Highway 2. So I would raise it on light industrial and warehouses rather than impacting resident serving establishments. It just doesn't make sense to me. And also, the trucks have a lot more effect on our roads than anything else does. It was mentioned earlier by one of our community speakers that I was at Buffalo Highlands last week and I left at around 4 o'clock. I tried to leave that subdivision and turn left onto 96 and I couldn't. It was impossible. There were trucks coming from both east and west. It wasn't possible. I tried to go straight across. It wasn't possible. So I made a right turn and went to Tower, and then a left turn on Tower, and there I was stuck again because traffic was backed up from 104th all the way past 101st. So it's quite a mess from all of the truck traffic that Commerce City has attracted and that we have at some point, because 96 didn't go all the way through. I wasn't here when it was decided that was going to be a truck route, but that only happened within the last 5 or 6 years. And I can also say that I know for certain that the cost will be passed on to the residents because that's exactly what happened at Buffalo Highlands. It was passed on to the residents and is part of their Metro District fee for the completion of 96th. So it all comes back to haunt everyone. People would say, well, Susan, you don't typically agree with developers, but in this case, I would say 3 to 5 years probably makes sense because they're not going to absorb that cost. They're going to pass it onto the homeowners, onto the home buyers. So I would actually roll it out in a slower method. And I would also like to point out that in the presentation, 112th between Chambers and Buckley Road was described as multimodal arterial. Therefore, under the former agreement, the Consolidated Development Agreement between the city and Shea Homes under Buffalo Hills Metro District or the PUD, they were to do that portion of 112th. That is supposed to be finished according to that agreement, and that wasn't accomplished. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Hursman. So I have the same concerns and I had the same question as Councilmember Noble had as far as the warehouses and light industrial, especially knowing that the wear and tear that a truck has on the road compared to a personal vehicle is a great difference. So I couldn't really understand that. One of the things I wanted to say about the phase-in, wouldn't that create a frenzy to get in before the impact fees go up? So to me, a phase-in, especially with residential, when we're trying to slow that down a little bit to keep up with creating a balanced development, I just don't think that makes sense because that's only going to create a desire to get in before the impact fees go up. My last, actually is a question, the other two were comments. So we have a shortfall of 630 million plus change, basically. I want to know if we had kept up with increases as they should have been over that 22-year period, how much would we be in shortfall? Are we going to be trying to play catch up and burden new development to fill that gap that was created by the inadequacy of collecting fees? So I'm really confused about that, and I'm hoping to get an answer.
Well, taking the last one first, yes, we are playing catch up, quite frankly. And the amount it would have been, I don't know. I don't know if Brent or Jennifer, if either of you have done any type of calculation along that line, but in hindsight, absolutely, it should have been increased. What it would have been, that I don't know that. I don't know if anybody on staff knows that. In terms of the impact fee for light industrial warehouse versus residential versus commercial, that is all calculated based on size of vehicle and number of vehicles per day. And so, Jennifer or Brent, could you explain that better than I did?
Absolutely. Yeah, so the methodology that was used in the prior study is what was followed for this study. And to Mr. Tinklenberg's comments, essentially each use has in the ITE trip generation manual, which is the standard that's used for generating traffic for a development, it tells you how many trips a use is going to generate. So things like daycares, fast food, and I guess grocery stores are another one. They generate a lot of trips. And so the more trips a use generates, the higher their fee is going to be. So light industrial doesn't generate as many trips. Their fee is going to be lower. Sorry, there was something else I was going to note. There was a comment that I also wanted to address that spoke to the congestion on the roads. And to prior conversation, if the fee is not increased today, there will continue to be congestion because the city doesn't have the money to go and build the roads they need to build. We can go after grant funding for safety improvements, but typically you can't go after funding like that to add capacity to your roads. So the best way to do that is to increase the fees to be able to accommodate that, to widen your roads, accommodate the existing and future traffic that's going to be needed. With regard to the question about what the fees would have been, the prior ordinance had recommended that the fee be updated every 3 years. One of the benefits and reasons for doing that is to account for any changes. So roads that maybe aren't going to be widened or aren't going to be, you're not going to need these roads. You're not going to include them in your roadway network. Maybe the costs for things go up or down, and you can then adjust for that every 3 years. And so because that wasn't done, there's really no way to tell what the fees, where we would be on the shortfall if the fees had been updated on a regular basis. And hopefully that answers some of the questions. If not, please let us know.
Thank you. Actually, I had one more question. I also heard you say that Commerce City's fees for warehouses are lower than other cities. Why is that?
So again, it's based on the calculations. The methodology that we used is based on trip length. It's based on number of trips that they generate. And some municipalities don't have a fee that's specific to warehousing. In those cases, they use the industrial fee. And those fees are actually, in some cases, lower than what's being proposed. I might be getting this backwards. So correct me if I'm wrong, Brent, but, and for those who, so the industrial fees are lower. So those who do have a fee specific to warehouse, their fees are higher. And that's because of what ITE says, the amount of trips that they generate. So that's the discrepancy. Why the city's fee is what it is, it's based on all of the calculations that were done that look at, again, number of trips, trip length, et cetera.
And Jennifer, the fee calculated per sedan type of motor vehicle versus a semi-truck, it's much more for a semi-truck, correct?
So ITE doesn't break it out based on a car versus a truck. So I would say, no, that's not necessarily the case.
Really? Okay.
I struggle with this greatly. I think the biggest thing I think of is it took us 20 years, 22 years to get into this mess, and we can't get out of it overnight. I look at those figures for the commercial space and all I
Excuse me,
can,
could you please pull up to your microphone, council member?
excuse me? As I was saying, it took us 22 years to get into this mess, and it's not something we can fix and get out of overnight. I look at the fees on the commercial space, and I think if we want to guarantee to never see another grocery store in this city, let's pass this impact fee the way it is. If we want to guarantee that we never see a restaurant in this city that provides the amenities that we're looking for, let's pass this ordinance the way it is and pass these fees. We're going to have to find a balance, and I think that's the biggest thing. I understand the funding shortfall and thinking, 34 years out to full build out, the amount of shortfall that's going to continue, but I can't see trying to fix that shortfall with the fees that are proposed here. It just, it's going to be counterintuitive to everything that we're asking for. I saw pictures last week of one of our grocery stores that the entire cooler section was empty and the entire chicken section was empty. There wasn't a single piece of chicken to be able to purchase in this grocery store. And so we're jumping up and down saying we need another grocery store, but then we turn around and say, but maybe we'll charge $1 million in a road impact fee for all the cars that are going to go there. I can't put 2 and 2 together and come up with 5 like that. And that's what I think we're being asked to do with that. So I struggle with the fees. I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how can we determine what uses are going to be needed versus what is going to end up there. And then I think when you charge an impact fee on a house, we all know it's just going to get passed on to the consumer. When you charge an impact fee on a business, it's going to get passed on to the consumer only if the business decides they want to take that risk. And this is a mess, and unfortunately, it's a huge financial burden that ultimately is going to be paid by everybody, whether we're charging the people who are going to purchase a house or build a business in the city, or we're charging the people that currently live here and we're trying to spread it out amongst all 60,000 of us. Ultimately, we're all going to end up paying for it somehow, one way or another. And I just struggle with the proposals that have been put out there, especially when I look at those restaurant ones and whenever I look at the commercial and the shopping center and think, who on earth, what business out there is going to make that investment? And I think we would struggle to find when to do so. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a question for Jennifer Carpenter, and maybe she can help walk me through this. What you presented is the maximum, I'll call it development impact fee based on your analysis. Under state law, we are allowed to accept anything up to that maximum development impact fee. So we can adopt a lower fee amount for certain land uses, correct?
I don't know if you can adopt a lower fee, but you may be able to waive fees for certain developments. And I could look into that a little bit further and get back to you. Maybe we can have a sidebar discussion, but that may be one way to get around that.
So, sir, I think, and maybe I may not understand this correctly, but my understanding is by the criteria that this study puts an upper limit as to how much you can accrue, if you will, but you don't necessarily have to ask for all that money in any revised impact fee. You just can't ask for more than that, if I understood your question correctly.
That's correct. You and I are speaking the same language, Joe.
Apologies if I'm not.
No,
yes.
I think maybe the point would be is that we could, understanding that this gap, that we may knowingly raise the impact fee initially to start acquiring fees to help us with our infrastructure, understanding that we're going to have to keep, as you mentioned, Jennifer, before, updating this on a recurring basis. We just can't ask for more money than what our study generates in any report. So if it's council's desire at the end, based on weighing the needs of the community versus the expense, we could intentionally, in lack of a better word, put in a revised impact fee that doesn't necessarily capture all the costs that were noted in this study. And then subsequent, if we made any other increases, we would have to revise our study to justify any future increases with that.
I would caution that. I'm not entirely sure that that's the case. The methodology that was used is an approved methodology. We could look into other methodologies potentially and, go back to the drawing board and start fresh, but that's going to be a much larger effort to do that than, updating the fee that we've done so far. I guess what I was saying is, yes, you are correct. You aren't able to charge more than the fees that are listed here for each use. However, there is the possibility that on a development by development basis, that a fee could be waived or reduced. Does that make sense?
So speaking of that, just having a brief counsel with my legal counsel, we do have the ability, I would say, from a standardized approach for, I'm just going to call it restaurants and or retail, we can adopt a lower impact fee across the board for them within the impacted area, whether it's the core city or the northern range. So the reason why I bring this up is it's something as what we presented you, I would call it very traditional, straightforward approaches to thinking about the phasing and or scenario planning around impact fees. You have other options available to you of thinking about the lower amount of the maximum that's been identified that can be implemented from a means and a way of remaining competitive and or to incentivize certain uses to still find Commerce City attractive in trying to determine if that is a place that they want to construct, open their business, and ultimately be successful. So it's just something for council to keep in the back of mind. And I think that our staff would be willing to investigate, if directed, of thinking about some of these other scenarios.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just had a couple follow-up points to make. First of all, it sounds like we're discussing a nexus study for the justification of the maximum level that we can charge. I think it's used everywhere. I mean, it's used in everything that we do. To discuss part of the nexus study, when you start talking about light industrial, warehousing, we already had a conversation earlier tonight about, some comments about visions of what we can become. And if we start to move to, say, a green energy, large-scale development near the airport as kind of like a central port and be the epicenter, as Councilwoman Douglas was saying, all of those are industrial buildings. They fit inside the industrial zoning. And we would be looking at that same type of thing. The thing about trucking, there's several other regulations that push them to get to where they are, meaning you have to be close to an interstate to be able to be in compliance with other regulations. And so before we built Tower Road out, before we completed 96th, all truck-generated traffic was utilizing I-76 to get back to Commerce City. Maybe Highway 2. At that same time, Highway 2 was 2 lanes, and so it was less likely. The amount of mileage that trucks drive in Commerce City is incredibly low compared to the mileage that passenger vehicles. So the VMT, vehicle miles traveled in Commerce City, if you look at it from a personal use perspective to a commercial use perspective, is going to be significantly lower. And that is because their primary access point to the interstate is right around the corner in most cases. I used to manage a facility that put about 91 drivers on the street every day during delivery hours, and none of them drove more than a mile in Commerce City to get to where they needed to go, unless, of course, there was a delivery in a business in Commerce City, because they're going Dallas Street, 96th, I-76. That is the fastest, most efficient way to get to where you're going. You're not even driving a mile and a half in Commerce City when you do that. So when we start looking at raising impact fees, the reason Nexus at DIA is where it's at is because of its access to transportation points. They're not going to move it to the middle of the city and drive throughout the city. That is the most inefficient and really wouldn't meet some regulations on the type of middle mile vehicle travel that is necessary to perform those business operations. And so, diving into some of these things, we can't just take this overview as to, well, it sounds better to have a warehouse, pay more. Well, their impact, yes, at 80,000 pounds is significantly more than the impact of a 6,000 pound, pickup truck, but they're also generating less trips and traveling far less VMT on our roadways. And so at what point does that become fair? Because, those costs obviously get passed back onto the consumer as well. And today in Colorado, the diesel fuel tax funds about 40% of the HUTF, and it's only 8% of the traffic. And so it's already disproportionately taxed at that level. And so how do we, again, like the mayor said, push to balance? I was just doing quick math, and if we, because I agree with the mayor, no matter what we do, the impacts to these costs come back to our constituents, the folks that live and work here. And if you take $633 million, and I know we wouldn't be fully built out in 15 years, but if you did that over the course of 15 years and every resident paid for that, and we moved our population to 75,000, which probably will exceed that in 15 years, every family would be paying $2,248 per year just for this impact fee. It would be about $562 per person, and it would be about $8,440 for 15 years per person. And so I'm just, obviously some of those are paid for by business and business development. But again, as the mayor pointed out, that's pushed right back on to the folks that live in this city. And so there's an answer here, there's a compromise, there's something that we need to do, absolutely. But those impacts price people out. And that's what I've been saying for the last, forever when we've been talking about this. It is not one fee that prices a family out. It is the layers of fees that start to build. You look at this impact fee, then we have the next presentation, and then you start looking at the cost of building infrastructure and the metro district taxes. And if we go away from metro district taxes, then property tax covers that. All of those add up, and it becomes incredibly tough. The last thing I wanted to point out was the multimodal arterial. I thought by definition, an arterial is not recognized unless it's it goes all the way through connected to two major transportation points. So your major regional arterials or an interstate or highway are the only way that you can connect an arterial. And so 112th doesn't fit that bill. We might call it that to prioritize it in our planning, but by definition, we wouldn't be able to ask for a grant from the federal government because it doesn't fit an arterial definition.
Councilmember Ford.
Well, I agree the fees need to be raised. And every discussion in prior years that I had with councils that I served with, and I'm assuming Mayor Natal, for the 4 years that he was here, had similar conversations. They all ended just this way, is how do you raise the fees and not impact the development that you want to see happen? We didn't have fees when I was a kid growing up in Commerce City. All of the subdivisions in the southern portion of the city were dealing with SIDs, Special Improvement Districts. That district may have included a few blocks, it may have included just one street, but that cost was identified, the city covered part of that cost. The rest of the cost was borne by front footage by the occupants that lived along that street. And we haven't done SIDs for a long time. When the northern area was developed or planned, the voters of Commerce City voted for growth. Growth needs to pay its own way. We set up the GID, the original GID. GID was to put in infrastructure. And I can tell you, we're not the only jurisdiction that's in this situation. About every single jurisdiction is in the same exact situation, including the state of Colorado when it comes to our roads. It was great that our voters approved development of Tower Road. The downside with widening Tower Road, you ended up with way more traffic than it had before. And it's people migrate to the better infrastructure. Same with Highway 2. Before Highway 2 was widened, it didn't carry nearly as much traffic as it does now, but it was safer. And every single council that I've sat on had to look at these numbers, and they get bigger and bigger every year because of the cost of construction, the cost of materials. And at the end of the day, it's always been a balance. How much can you afford to make development pay before you don't have development? And I agree with my colleagues that I've heard talk about, some of these things are paying way less. Some of the restaurants and grocery stores and stuff are gonna not happen here. And I would love to see some of that changed. But I also look at the school side of it. Commerce City had to put in a voluntary fee of $1,000 per house to help 27J so that we could provide school sites and be able to get schools built in our area. And so that was $1,000 that for each home built was voluntary, and most of our developers paid that. So look at what the school's paying under this scenario that is here as well. We want 27J to build schools in our community. If they have to pay these fees, they could build them probably cheaper in unincorporated Adams County or in Thornton or somewhere else. And so, if you're planning to build a school and you're the school district, you're gonna look at the biggest bang for the buck. But it always came down, and the reason the fees are what they are isn't because the councils that I served with didn't want to increase the fees, it's because they didn't want to decrease development. But I will support my colleagues in coming up with a solution and increasing the fees. But we have to be cognizant of the industries that we're trying to bring in. And, we don't drive commercial development. Commercial development comes and they decide where they're going to go. We want to enhance the opportunity for them to come here. But it's never, ever been an easy task of saying, oh, we just need to raise $1 billion or $630 million for this or $630 million for the next one, because every single jurisdiction is in the same boat. And we're not going to widen all the streets at one time, but we have to charge a little bit more and have every so often have these discussions. But the councils that I've served on in the past haven't been willing to risk development over the impact fees, and a lot of these things were paid through taxes in the past. But now governments have gotten into the habit of using fees, instead of going to the voters and asking them if they want 88th Avenue widened or if they want 112th widened. And we've gotten in the habit of everything gets paid by fees and not by the choice of the vote of the public.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize earlier. I thought it was someone else further down the line who was speaking, and it was you. I apologize. I would like to just clarify that when I was talking about the traffic issue, it involved semi-trucks, not vehicles, and it was interesting to just learn that semi-trucks and vehicles are treated the same under this proposal. So I think we really need to take a look at it in a different way. I don't quite understand from Ms. Carpenter why these things are so, that it can't be more creative. I'm lost on that portion, but I would very much like to take another look at this so that we can enhance the fees on light industry and warehouses. We certainly saw earlier this evening that existing land use has made, we definitely have a lot of industrial and warehouses in Commerce City already, so I'm not so worried about that. It's the others that we are concerned about. And Councilmember Hurst, I really appreciate your knowledge when it comes to CDOT. You are the man who is in charge of trucking logistics in the state of Colorado, so you're certainly knowledgeable on this stuff. But I did want to point out that multimodal arterial was a discussion at Dr. Cog, and they put together $9 million of unanticipated Dr. Cog funds, along with $17 million of CDOT funds to create a $26 million urban arterial multimodal project. So I do think that the responsibility for having performed under the former agreement that we were discussing earlier still pertains. Thank you.
So I think there's consensus up here that we need to do something with the fees. It's just what do we do and where do we do it? My ask would be that we schedule a study session and this be the only topic for the study session. And let's sit in the room and figure out what sectors we want to see the fees increased on, what sectors we feel the fees probably are adequate, and figure out where it is that we can go so that we can come up with a proposal to fix the situation. I don't think we can continue having conversation in the middle of this council meeting and coming up with a direction to give to you without actually sitting down sector by sector and determining what those fees need to be.
So what I heard was yes to increasing the fee, charge industrial and warehouses full rate, discount the rate for commercial retail. So
I don't know if that's the consensus that would come out of everybody sitting up here.
well, what I'm thinking is that gives us enough guidance to draft up some options for you to consider at this study session. So if that sounds acceptable, we'll take that as our direction and then bring it back to you.
Dare I ask if we want to discuss water and drainage, or are we just going to roll that into the same meeting? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually going to make that suggestion. It seems like this conversation could go much the same way.
I would agree. Yes, sir.
Yes, we'll take your suggestion, just roll it in with the other and bring that back as well.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda to postpone the drainage fee impact study discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
So moved, if that works.
I have a motion to postpone the drainage fee impact study discussion. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to postpone that to a later discussion to be included with the road impact fee discussion. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. We will postpone that one. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to remove 22-01.
All right, proclamation 22-01 will be removed from the consent agenda. Looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as modified. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as modified. Mr. Gibson, would you please read the titles?
Minutes of the January 3rd, 2022 regular meeting. Minutes of the January 10th, 2022 special meeting. Minutes of the January 31st, 2022 special meeting. Resolution 2022-10, a resolution approving the city's 2021 Highway User Tax Fund report. Resolution 2022-16, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Your vote should be open on your touch screens to vote either in the affirmative, negative, or abstain. Councilmember Noble, it looks like we're still waiting on your vote. Thank you.
All right, consent agenda as modified passes 8-0 with 1 absence. Mayor Pro Tem, you pulled proclamation 2201. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. In the past, proclamations have always been separate on the agenda under proclamations and recognitions. That I'm aware of, the mayor and the city council did not approve to change the agenda. So we passed a resolution that approved all of the typical proclamations for the year. And the idea being that the meeting prior to the proclamation was going to affect that it would be read. So somehow it turned into being on the consent agenda. So I'm curious, why was it changed on the agenda instead of it should be under proclamations and recognitions and it should be read, not under consent agendas?
Mr. Tinklenberg, I can answer that if you'd like me to. So whenever the 2022 proclamations new process was presented to council at the December 20th, 2021 council meeting, the list was presented as routine proclamations that would be placed on the consent agenda and read by title, and that any proclamations that were requested separately from the list would be placed under proclamations and recognitions and read in full separately at that time. So this new process was to streamline our more routine proclamations for the efficiency and expediency of the council meetings and allow those more one-off proclamations to be read in full at the meeting. So that's how it was presented in 2021, and that's why the direction was for this meeting to place it on the consent agenda and read it by title. If council wants that to change, we can move these back to proclamations and read them in full again. Council's preference.
As like I said, from my understanding and the mayor and other council members, but what I understood is, I think some of these proclamations are very important, especially like this one on this agenda for today. But I believe all of them are very important and they should be read because if it's under the consent agenda and not read in full, how will anyone know, like those listening in, what the proclamation is, opposed to just reading it quickly under the consent agenda? So I would like to make a motion that the proclamations and recognitions continue to be read under, separate under the agenda, under proclamations and recognitions, and be read in full as they previously were, because since I've been on city council, they've always been a separate item on the agenda, and they were read in full. So I'd like to make a motion that it continues that way.
Mayor Pro Tem, while I share your sentiment on that, can I ask that you make that motion during administrative council business?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And you did pull this proclamation. Did you pull so in the hopes that it would be read in its entirety?
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Mr. Gibson, would you mind reading the proclamation in its entirety, please, so that we can move on to administrative council business?
Yes, sir. Give me just one moment. Whereas Black History Month celebrates the contributions that African Americans have made to American history and their struggles for freedom and equality, and deepens our understanding of our nation's history. And whereas in 1926, Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History launched Negro History Week to bring attention and promote studying Black history as a discipline and celebrate the accomplishments of African Americans. And whereas Woodson sought to highlight the contributions, accomplishments made to the history of our country that for years had been omitted. And whereas African American communities have endured Whereas the African American community has endured decades of struggle to be recognized as equal among our fellow citizens, and whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, President Gerald Ford decreed Black History Month as a national observance, stating, "We can seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected and accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history." And whereas during the month of February, our nation takes pause to reflect on the injustices and struggles fought and overcome by African Americans throughout our nation's history and pay tribute to the battles they have fought in the name of equality. Now, therefore, the City Council of Commerce City proclaims February as Black History Month, encourages all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity, and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, we'll move on to administrative council business. We're going to start with inviting Anita Riley, principal planner, to introduce the comment letter for Suncor drainage permit, discharge permit.
Oh, thank you. Oh, now you can hear me. Good evening. It's nice to be here with you in person tonight. On January 24th, we brought to you a draft letter for the Suncor water quality permit comment letter, and you provided a number of comments. So we're back here tonight to review the revisions that were made. And I thought that perhaps we could take a look at the letter itself, and we can speak to some of the revisions that were made. So on the first page, on the third paragraph, there was an addition to the letter that references the Colorado House bill for the Colorado Environmental Justice Act. Continuing on that paragraph on page 2, we revised the language so that Suncor would not be singled out while we were still acknowledging the impacts to nearby residents. In paragraph 2, we removed some language that was controversial regarding the mapping for environmental justice, and that was removed in order to foster consensus among the council members. In paragraph 3, again, that was revised to avoid singling out Suncor, and the language related to specific health impacts was also removed, again, to foster that consensus. In paragraph 4, we had a number of light edits for clarification and tightening up the language. And then on page 3, this is the section that contains the requests made by the city. And in this section, it was reformatted, and we added requests made by the council at the study session to include random sampling, use of third-party laboratories, request shorter compliance schedules, and request stricter enforcement. And so with that, I would open this up for any questions that you may have of myself, or I believe our consultant, Carolyn Bias, may be on Zoom tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Anita, for the update, and great to see you in person. I think this is the first time.
Yes.
So, I still have some concerns about language around clean drinking water. There was an attached letter to the packet discussing the drinking water. I think that was provided by Cdphe. And it doesn't appear that our residents are being asked to drink unclean water. The very few wells that still exist in the city were tested, and I think the letter specifically says that none of those wells are used for domestic drinking supply. So I have a really hard time including language that speaks to Suncor or industrial activity affecting the ability of our residents to have clean drinking water, when in fact we are all on the same public water drinking system through South Adams. And to that end, I'm curious why South Adams hasn't been consulted through this process.
And so I'm going to just ask a clarifying question. Are you asking why the city has not contacted Adams County?
Yeah, South Adams Water District, it just seems pretty relevant to ask the governing body over the water that we drink to have input on the language around drinking water in this letter.
Okay. And I don't know if Carolyn is Carolyn on the.
I am here.
Oh,
Hi.
okay.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, this information from Cdphe regarding the drinking water wells and the testing that has occurred, that I guess was a combined effort with Tri-County Health. That information came to light after the letter had been written. So, and I'm not 100% sure if all of the drinking water wells have been tested, but you may know better than me. I'm not that familiar with how many wells there are in Commerce City that are being used for drinking water. And I wasn't able to find that out specifically through the website that I was directed to. The original paragraph included some additional information or language, I guess, that was specifying that, you know, there could be additional chemicals that are unknown that could be threatening the drinking water wells. So it wasn't only specific to PFAS, but I think that you have a good point, and I honestly can't answer whether or not all of the wells have been tested, but I think you mentioned that they were, so you know more than I do at this point.
To clarify on one point, City Attorney's Office did consult with the South Adams Water and Sanitation District Attorney and reviewed the letter with their attorney, and he was fine with the general content of the letter.
Councilmember Ford.
I just want to add to some of Councilwoman Grimes' questions. First, I think it's really important for this council to know if there are domestic wells that are being privately used in an area that may have contaminated those wells, and testing of those wells should be done to at least advise the residents not to drink out of that domestic well, and to then pursue who contaminated that well and look for relief. Last week, I did have the opportunity, and let me go back. The water district, after the settlement with the Arsenal, they put everybody that chose to be on domestic water, took them off of their domestic wells. I mentioned that previously, I believe, when you were here on late January. The other thing, I'm glad that it's not in there now, is the domestic drinking water that is in the Burlington ditch. Most of the Platte River is dried up by the time it gets to where the effluents are released from Denver wastewater. And we know there are other, we saw the cadmium levels that were upstream, and there are other users that I think need to also be looked at for have created some of this contamination. And as I said in our previous discussion, Scott's Liquid Gold had a plume that came through and impacted private wells in this specific area where we're at. And with South Adams, I reached out to them because I have been seeing TV stuff on the news, how you can't drink our water, the 3-year-olds know better than to drink it, and you can't even cook with it. I've heard a lot of things that have been disturbing. So I reached out to South Adams, talked to the general manager last week, and asked him if he could give us a water quality report in comparison to the other cities in the metro area. I think when we're talking about water, we're talking about discharge permits. We should be consulting the professionals that is the government within that serves our community. He assured me that they meet all of the quality water standards, and he also, and I will quote him, PFAS was not introduced into our wells by Suncor, and we do not believe Suncor can impact our water based on where our wells are located. And I said, well, I needed to find this out. And he said, well, we were asked. We got to see the original letter, and he said, we gave it back to the city and said, there are too many mistruths and lies in the letter, which gave me great concern. So I reached out to the city manager. I'm glad that a lot of changes have been made. I want to be fully aware of any users that could impact our residents' drinking water, especially in that area, so that we can make sure that we are assessing the issue to all users that would impact water quality in that area. And that I don't have, because I don't know how many domestic wells there are. I don't know who's drinking domestic well water in that area. I don't know if their wells have been compromised. There are a lot of holes that we haven't seen. And I really think that we should have had the information from the water district when we were considering this letter at the time of your presentation. So I am concerned that we haven't reached out to all of the professionals that deal with water in our area, and we don't know who's on well water. We don't know who's not on well water. Is it 2 people? Is it 200 people? And that information, I think, has to come from the water district. And I would like to request that the staff put together a joint meeting between the water district and the city council to discuss water quality, wells, impacted wells, and those things, because it's really tough to approve a letter if we don't have the information that has been given to us directed back to the city council for consideration.
Councilmember Noble.
Could you please clarify for me again? I thought I heard the city manager say, or was it the city attorney say, that South Adams County Water District's attorney read the letter and was okay with it?
I had last Monday afternoon a conversation with the attorney for South Adams County, in which we reviewed the contents of the draft the most recent draft that I had at that time. And at that time, no concerns were expressed based on the content of the letter.
And this was when?
Last Monday.
A week ago Monday?
Correct.
So, Caroline, has the letter been changed since last Monday to include this information?
Yes.
It has been.
It was?
Yes.
Okay. Is it essential to the letter to get our point across?
I don't think that we require the information about the drinking wells in order to make the point for this letter.
You don't think it's necessary?
No, it was additional information to be provided to Cdphe, but it is not essential to speak to the larger issue of outfall into the South Platte.
Okay.
Is that correct, Caroline?
Then I would suggest.
I would agree. You know, the difference between there is a difference between the public drinking water and private drinking water wells. The public South Adams County is a public water system that's regulated. So I think the point here was just that there could be private wells that are impacted by very, pollutants, but it doesn't, I don't think that it's necessarily, we're not necessarily saying that it's Suncor that might be, discharging into Sand Creek, and then that water might be, under the influence of groundwater, under the influence of surface water, was really kind of where that was going. But I think it's fine to remove that altogether. It was just, the letter itself was, I was asked to write a strong letter, and I did, and I think it might have been too strong. And there was a lot of good comments, and I think that we did our best to remove what was controversial, and it seems that this is also controversial, and that I agree that it's not necessary to get the point across. I think the real point, or the real meat of the letter, is making the requests for additional changes to the permit before it becomes finalized.
I think that would be great, and you may be spot on, but the issue here is that we need to be accurate, and we need to have verifiable information. And when there's an element of uncertainty, I think that we should err on the side of caution and simply remove it, especially since it doesn't defeat our argument. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, when it comes to wells, there's, definitely wells alongside the Platte River there for, one side of the streets, Commerce City, the other side is unincorporated Adams County, and a lot of it has to do with water and, people that didn't want to get on the South Adams County water system and give up their wells. So there is wells, I read the email, it doesn't say, how many wells were tested. It says that they conducted some education and tested wells, but, it's very vague. I don't think it defeats our argument, taking it out. I just don't want to lose sight of the forest for the trees. I think we get down into that nitpicky, lost in the details when, the purpose of this letter is the commission has, drafted strict guidance for the permits that they're issuing to Suncor and, just thanking them for that. I know a lot of us have been on council before when we have people up here and they're still beating you up after you, agreed with them and we're taking actions to work towards that common goal. And so I don't want us to lose that side of that. And, I think it's a good letter and I think it's stronger if it has full support of the council. So, hopefully we can get there tonight.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that letter points to the specific data. It didn't reflect all of the data about domestic wells. However, it points to more information on Tri-County's website if we want to look at that. My concern is that the letter should say that we support Cdphe's efforts in this new regulatory movement. And then we're also asking for a few additional items, right? And so I feel like the weeds are actually clouding the request. We have all of these other kind of ancillary comments that just don't add to the argument that, or not even the argument, the support of the city in saying, we agree, yes, more regulations are good, and here are some other ones that we'd like you to consider. The rest of it is just noise. And, I wanted to make another comment / question to Mr. Hayter. I appreciate that you visited with the Water District's attorney. I'm curious if the attorney visited with their board before giving you guidance.
So I wouldn't say he gave me guidance. I gave him a call. Anytime we're going to have representations in the public that might impact their interests, I'm going to try to reach out to their lawyer, just have that back channels communication to make sure that we're not doing something to jam them up, and they're going to do the same with us. And basically it was a situation where it's like, I shared with him the language in the letter, which at the time made reference to private wells, not to their water supply. And the basic message was that not that they're approving our letter or condoning the letter or something like that, but it didn't cause them concerns with their positions. So, and that was all on that phone call. So no, he did not reach out to, their board or their executive administration. It was much more of a back channels conversation. And it's something that I hope we will continue to do to make sure that we are not putting representation out there that would be contradictory to them, that's at least if it's unsupported. That was the goal.
I appreciate that. And I guess to that I would say, if the inverse was done and somebody called to consult you about a letter that might affect Commerce City's interests, I would hope that our council would get the opportunity to weigh in on the direction of the opinion of how that letter might be perceived once it's sent. And so it's important to me that their board be considered or their executive management team be considered in addition to their attorney.
Thank you for that feedback.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
I just want to clarify, yes, thanks to Roger or city manager and the city attorney, They have changed the letter to meet the needs of South Adams Water. Last thing I want is to be beating up on the water district if they have been testing, which he told me they have been, in conjunction with the state as a combined effort to make sure our water is good, the quality's good, and nobody should be afraid to drink the water in Commerce City. If you don't want to drink it, don't drink it. I drink it. However, I didn't want a letter to go out that they said that they could not support and would deny and claim why they couldn't support it based on the information that was in it prior to the changes that have been made. So I want to thank Roger and Matt for getting the changes made so that we could see a cleaner copy that didn't poke a finger at the district, and that's where I was going. I'm glad the letter has been changed.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, no, I definitely like this version better. I just want to make sure that we don't water it down too much, pun intended. And, it feels like a lot of the noise that we're talking about is the experience of my community. So I do take it, personal when these are the things that we're saying that we got to take out and, the things that are highlighting, what I grew up with and, the water in Commerce City is safe. I've drank it my entire life. So, but that's not to say that there isn't people that have wells that are unregulated and we don't know if they're drinking that water and we don't know if they've all been tested and, most likely they have not. So it's just something to keep in mind. And, while those wells may not be in Commerce City proper because of all the unincorporated pockets within the city, they do exist and, it's something that is out there. So, I just, don't want to water it down too much. It does highlight some of the experiences that we've had in our community. And so, we can't just take all of that out and then not give any context.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, do we need a vote on this? Looking for a motion and a second to approve the letter. Councilmember Madera,
Move to approve the letter.
Councilmember Noble,
I second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the letter. Is that with my signature? Is that with Mr. Dinkelberg? Are we approving the letter with my signature? Yeah, okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Sorry, I'm just getting used to this again. So I didn't cancel my request.
Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It's going to pass 7-2. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Are there any members of council that have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As I previously mentioned during tonight's meeting, I'd like to make a motion that all proclamations and recognitions be separate items on the agenda and be read in full.
I have a motion to move proclamations back to proclamations and have them read in full whenever they are coming up for the time period that they will be there. Councilmember Noble.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to do so. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Is there any other administrative council business? Seeing none, we'll move on to reports, and we do have approximately 14 minutes to get reports done. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to bring a few things to your attention. One is that Cdphe, Tri-County Health has, actually, Tri-County Health, I should amend that, let the mask order expire. So what we have done for city employees is that it is voluntary. However, we are encouraging employees to continue wearing masks out of consideration and respect for fellow employees who are more vulnerable. We've asked the non-vaccinated employees, which is less than 20%, to continue wearing masks, again, for their protection and the protection of others. But again, that's voluntary. It's on an honor system. So there's really no, set enforcement that can occur with that. Just real quickly, we've had another meeting with Adams County leadership, and that's concerning the Mile High Greyhound Park institutional use. And I just realized I grabbed the wrong report, so it's going to be a short report tonight. Also had a meeting with the new regional manager for Excel Energy. She basically wanted to introduce herself, and so Jason Rogers and I met with her. Number of new land use cases is 174. So again, we're right in that 170 to 180 number of cases that are ongoing. So amount of development continues to be robust, I would call it. There's some projects that are underway. City Clerk's office is conducting the community outreach meetings regarding the proposed possible changes to the charter that would affect the representation, how people are elected to city council. So those are ongoing. Also, I'm going by sheer memory here, which is terrible. Talk about a couple of the projects, the bridges for Potomac and Peoria and Potomac. Those have been demolished, and the construction is underway. We anticipate that they'll be placing the new bridge decks during this month and into March, with the final asphalt paving over top in March, so that the work is anticipated to be completed by the end of March. Same thing applies to the Fulton Bridge on Brighton Road, same status there. In terms of, let's see, anything you can else think of?
So just to give you a brief update with respect to snow, and obviously our number 8 snow event, as we call it. In totality, we had about 13 inches worth of snow throughout the city, requiring certain level of snow removal on priority 3 and 4 roadways, which are your residential roadway streets, for allowing access. In general, those actions or activities were successful by our public works staff, but thought it was worth sharing given the amount of accumulated snow over a period of 2 days and staff working around the clock.
Thank you for that. One other item. The city clerk's office is recruiting for various commission vacancies. The largest need is with the youth commission. That has the largest number of vacancies, and this can include students that are at least 13 years of age, and those applications are due by March 25. Also, during that snow event that Mr. Rogers referred to, the court continued in session, but all remotely, and 100% of the people who had citations attended, and all of those were conducted electronically. And so that was a nice outcome in terms of the electronic capabilities that we have had to develop during this COVID crisis. And they also were able to complete all of the other court business electronically or by phone as well. So that was successful. I think that pretty much covers the really high points, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Hayter.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Are any council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, real quickly, again, I have a incredible level of appreciation for our plow drivers out there, the challenges, especially when you get above 4 to 5 inches, it becomes, you'll tear out curbs and everything else without even knowing. So much appreciation there. I was on the roads, and at least the major roads were in great shape, even in the middle of the storm. So I was actually walking my dog in the middle of the storm. So the other call out that I wanted to mention is Friday night, there was a daddy-daughter dance at Bison Ridge. And, coming from me and my girls, thank you very much to the staff. I'm always incredibly impressed by the detail in which the staff puts into those, little parties that it means so much to our kids and to the families of our city. And so wanted to call that out in appreciation because, getting back to those events as we can safely is kind of critical to continuing to build our community. And it was a good turnout and a really fun event.
Mr. Mayor, if I could amend one thing.
Yes, sir.
Our new environmental planner started today, so we were glad to welcome her.
Thanks, sir. Any other council members wishing to make a report? Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you. I attended the Cultural Council meeting, but we also had an art show at Bison Grill, and it was very well attended in spite of everyone wearing masks. And there was some really beautiful artwork that was displayed. And I believe that's been moved to the rec center in the south, which is now named, I can't remember the name of it. Eagle Ridge, yes, thank you so much. So I encourage everybody to attend that. I also attended the Youth Commission meeting. There are 15 vacancies, so if you know anybody who has young people who are interested in getting involved, please let them know. I also attended the press conference for Adams 14, the redistricting meeting, and the BREDAC meeting, and I want to say that I was very impressed with the participants who were selected, and especially impressed with council members, I'm sorry, I'm hungry and I'm tired. Noble's hard work in putting everything together. She really worked hard on it, and I'd like to also thank Michelle Claymore and Jason Rogers and Mr. Tolbert for participating in all of your hard work and putting everything together. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thanks very much. I have attended Dr. Cog Senior Commission. It was noted earlier, met with Buffalo Highlands residents and the Community Development Director, Jim Tolbert. They very much appreciated that, as we heard. North Range Metro District 2 in Reunion is retaining its own attorney and accountant and spinning off from Reunion Metro District's team. North Range Metro District 1 election for 2 board members is upcoming. Given the nature of the Marshall Fire and the grass fires, I think it would be really important for us to have a presentation by South Adams Fire and to have a fire commission meeting about plans and preparations, given the amount of grasses that we have around Commerce City, as we were looking at earlier on the map. And thank you very much, Councilmember Douglas, for the kind words about BREDAC. I was so impressed with the presentation from staff, from Mr. Rogers and Michelle. We had rapt attention from the people who were in the room. In the future, we're going to record the meetings, but the first meeting we decided to hit the ground running and include everything from future land use map, zoning, existing maps was a surprise, and that was a good one. That was interesting, for sure. Fees, taxes, et cetera, to know what it is, what the barriers are, and what we're talking about here. The next meeting is going to include Katie Press, and then she will be speaking to the city council within a week after that, I think, or by the next month. So very happy about that. And thank you all very much. Thank you for taking care of the snow. Appreciated it.
All right, had a Metro Mayor Caucus meeting last week, full caucus meeting, first one of the year. Thank you to all the Public Works employees who went out there and cleared snow to include in the residential neighborhoods and making sure it was great. I was very impressed as I was traveling up Tower Road Wednesday evening from the airport and seeing blacktop. And for the amount of snow that we received, to have a blacktop condition out there is pretty impressive. So thank you for all your hard work and for doing it safely and making sure that nobody was injured, to include residents or yourself while you're out there doing it. With that being said, we are adjourned. Have a good night.